Hi, everyone. This is Judy Giorgio, and welcome to the Chatham Board of Health meeting. And we're also going to have a joint meeting with the Board of Selectmen at 6 o'clock. Please note that this meeting is being recorded and will be available shortly hereafter for scheduled and on-demand viewing on any smartphone or tablet device. If anyone else is recording this meeting, please notify the chairman. Pursuant to Governor Baker's March 12, 2020 order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law, general law, Chapter 30A, Section 18, and the Governor's March 23, 2020 order imposing strict limitations on the number of people that may gather in one place, this meeting of the Chairman, Board of Health, and Board of Selectmen is being conducted via remote participation. Every effort will be made to ensure that the public can adequately access the proceedings as provided for in the order. A reminder that persons who would like to listen to this meeting while in progress may do so by calling the phone number 508-945-4410, conference ID 192-554-254#, or join the meeting online via Microsoft Teams through the link in the posted agenda. Despite our best efforts, we may not be able to provide for real-time access, and we will post a record of this meeting on the town's website as soon as possible. So now I'm going to turn this over to John Beckley, Chairman of the Board of Health.
I'll put it on.
Hello, everyone. This is John. Today or tonight, we're having a Board of Health meeting first. That's going to begin right now. At the end of our initial meeting, we will adjourn and we will reconvene with the Board of Selectmen at 6. So tonight's agenda includes just 2 items. The first is the approval of the minutes of May 4th. The second is one new business item regarding a Board of Health variance request. What I'd like to do is start with approval of the minutes of May 4th, and I'm looking for a motion to that effect. Oh, actually, before I do this, I forgot. I needed to do a roll call to establish what Board of Health members are on the call.
John, it's Bob Duncanson.
Yes.
Yeah, I think you should just, when you started the meeting off, you said you were going to adjourn and then have a new meeting at 6. I believe the plan is once you're completed your meeting, we're just going to recess and then pick up the other meeting at 6 o'clock as opposed to adjourning the meeting.
That's what Shireen had suggested we do. We can do it either way. I don't care. I don't know if there's a difference, but she suggested we adjourn and then reconvene.
This is Noble. Do the members just stay on Teams during the adjournment?
Yes, and according to the agenda for the joint meeting, it does indicate that you're going to recess and not adjourn.
Okay, then we'll do that. It's fine with me.
And yes, the members can simply stay on, turn off your cameras, turn off your microphone, and then come back on at 6.
Perfect.
It's just a little easier.
Okay, that's good. Thank you, Bob. So before we initiate our business agenda, I'd like to do a roll call to establish which Board of Health members are on the call. In addition to myself, Dr. Noble Hanson, are you on the call?
Yes. Yes.
Dr. Alan Ward, are you on the call? You got to click the.
Sorry, present.
Present. Ed Sheehan, are you on the call?
Yes.
Yes.
Ron Broman, are you on the call?
Yes.
Okay, very good. So we're all on the call. Let's start with the review and approval of the May 4th Board of Health minutes. Can we get a motion on the floor to approve them?
Hey, John, I can't hear you at all. Alan.
Can other people?
The volume just dropped totally.
I can hear you fine, John.
Yeah, I can hear you, John.
I put my volume up
hear
a
you
little
fine.
bit, if that helps. Does that help, Alan?
I can just barely hear you. It's very faint. And I've got
Turn
you
your
on
hearing
full
aid.
volume.
I'm on full volume on my computer right now. Well, maybe Craig, can you troubleshoot this at all?
Alan, are you calling in via telephone or are you on your computer?
Well, I don't know how to do it on the computer, so I'm on my telephone.
Okay. I can't. You might want to try and put the volume up as loud as you can.
It is.
Yeah. It might just be the nature of the beast at this moment. I think John is pretty loud.
Well,
We're
it
hearing
was
him
it was working fine, and then it suddenly went deaf.
Huh,
Okay.
I was taking roll call.
Okay. You
Should he-
can hear us now, but it's low, correct?
Barely hear you. Right. I can't drink my beer.
That's what it
Okay.
is.
all right.
Go ahead, John.
Okay, can I get a motion to approve the May 4th minutes?
So moved.
Yes.
Alan.
Ed Sheehan.
Okay, we have a motion from Alan and a second from Ed Sheehan. Okay, any discussion about the minutes? Anybody have any edits, any corrections they want to request? If not, I'll call the question and all in favor, well, I can't do it that way. Dr. Hanson, how do you vote on the motion to approve the minutes?
Yes, approve the minutes.
Dr. Alan Ward, how do you
Yes.
vote on? Yes.
Yes, approve.
Ed Sheehan, do you vote to
Yes.
approve or how do you vote? Okay.
Yes.
Roman, how do you vote on the minutes?
Yes.
Okay, and I vote yes as well. So the minutes for May 4th have been approved. Now let's go to the new business agenda item, which is a Board of Health variance hearing and approval of IA technology for Paul Sheridan, trustee of the Avalon Point Residence Trust, location 24 Avalon Point Road, and the Coastal Engineering put together the application. Do we have a representative from Coastal Engineering on the call?
Yes, I'm here.
Please give us your name.
John Schneibel, Coastal Engineering, representing the 24 Avalon Point Trust. Actually, the owner is really Scott Brown, but it isn't a trust.
Okay.
So if you want, I'll start right up. Hopefully you've seen the plan.
John, and board members, I'm going to put the screen up, the plan up on the screen. If I can. You can go, John.
All right, yes. Essentially, the property, if you've seen it, there's a single-family home there presently, has 4 bedrooms. What the client is proposing is to tear the house down, replace it with a new house, have an extra bedroom. And you will need no variances from the Board of Health regulations or from the state regulations. It's just from the nitrogen loading regulations. The lot itself on buildable upland is a little over like 34,000 square feet. So in order to additional bedroom under your regulation, we will have IA, and so I proposed that. If you look at the plan, there is the new, and with that, there's going to be a fast system, a 0.75 microfast fast system, and then going into distribution box and then into a leaching system. This, the system itself will be even farther away from the coastal bank and the wetlands than presently. And the IA technology, we are actually nitrogen load concentration from 10 parts per million to 6.7 parts per million with the treatment. So going from 4 to 5 bedrooms, but we are in doing the calculation for nitrogen reduction. It turns out getting quite a reduction from 8 to 6.7. The area is there's no Title V variances or Board of Health variances. There are I was going to say about it. The system itself does meet your regulation as far as the nitrogen loading regulations, and really that's about it. It's essentially what happens a lot in Chatham. People are looking to replace the home, and with that have a IA system to increase it for 1 bedroom. That's really it. Oh, one other thing, it's not in the zone 2. It's the other thing I forgot to mention, but yeah. So I'm ready for any questions.
John, this is John Beckley. I can't find the 5 bedrooms on the architect's 3-pager.
Yeah,
I see the
there's
I
definitely,
see the 2 on the 2nd floor.
Yeah.
I see
It's
1.
on one of the later pages, John.
Oh, because I only have 3 pages. I have, for this section, I see a foundation plan,
yeah.
a first floor plan, and a 2nd floor plan.
But there are several more pages and they were on that.
Oh, all right. I just have the side.
There's 4 bedroom, this is Judy, there's 4 bedrooms on the 2nd floor.
4 bedrooms.
Yeah.
All right. I just see
And-
1, 2.
And then on the 1st floor, there is a master bedroom.
Right. So I'm looking at the 2nd floor plan. Do you have that handy?
I'm sorry, I didn't scan that to put up.
Okay.
It shows in the 4 corners of basically of the 2nd floor, bedroom 2, 3, 4, and 5.
All right.
Do the other members see that?
I've
I've seen it, yes.
Yeah.
Alan,
okay, my copy must be different.
Yeah, Judy, it's Bob.
Yep,
I'm looking at sheet A5, and I assume that's the same one John's looking at, and that one only does show 2 bedrooms.
So there's more to this image than what I have in front of me.
right.
Okay, I believe you. I was just curious.
You might be looking at the ZBRAT drawing, which has the A5. That's the
That's exactly what I'm looking at, John.
Yeah. So yeah, there's the Kempton plan that shows the number of bedrooms, the 4 upstairs and the one down.
Okay. All right. Do we have any board members that have questions for John on the application? You know, we have a recommendation from the health agent to approve the application with 9 conditions.
Okay.
John, this is Noble. I have a question for Judy. Can you hear me?
yes,
Yeah. Oh, so is it correct that the STU system proposed will have greater nitrogen reduction than the conventional 5-bedroom septic system?
yes,
Yeah.
Okay.
yes, much better and better nitrogen total nitrogen numbers than the existing system, which is 4 bedrooms without an IA system, without a nitrogen reduction system.
Better than a 4-bedroom septic system standard. Okay, good.
Right.
Any other questions or comments from any Board of Health members about the application?
Move we accept with the 9 provisions. Alan?
Do we have a second?
Noble,
Ed Sheehan.
Noble is seconding. Judy, do we have to reference what the 9 conditions are as part of the motion?
I can read them.
Okay,
So the applicant should restrict property to a maximum of 5 bedrooms and record this.
Talk to us. Outstanding. Thanks so much. Really looking forward to getting more. And then I wrote sad.
Could someone mute their microphone, please? So the applicant should restrict the property to 5 bedrooms and record the restriction on the deed at the Barnstable County and submit a copy of the executed deed restriction to the Board of Health. Throughout the life of the system, it shall be under an operation and maintenance agreement, and that shall be for at least 1 year and may be with any Massachusetts certified operator of the appropriate grade and has received training by the company on the system. Effluent from the system shall be monitored at least twice per year for the first 2 years, preferably in May and October. The effluent shall be tested as follows: visual examination of the effluent of color, turbidity, and effluent solids, effluent pH to determine if the wastewater is between 6 and 9, dissolved oxygen 2 milligrams per liter or more, and turbidity less than or equal to 40 NTUs. In addition, a laboratory test of the effluent for total nitrogen to meet the performance standard of 19 milligrams per liter shall be collected and analyzed by a certified lab. Water meter readings are to be provided with the semi-annual report. After the required 2 years of testing, application can be made to the board or its agent for review and possible modification of these requirements. The applicant shall sign a covenant with the board agreeing to comply at such time as the town of Chatham, through the Board of Health and its Board of Water and Sewer Commissioners, directs the connection of this property to the sewer system as part of the Comprehensive Wastewater Management Plan. This covenant shall be recorded at the Barnstable County Register of Deeds. With executed covenant shall be submitted to the Board of Health. The applicant the applicant agrees to apply a minimum of 6 inches of compacted topsoil to all landscaped areas of the property and abide by the requirements of the Conservation Commission for mitigation and planting as required. The engineer shall submit an engineered as-built plan, including as-built elevations, with the written certification that the system has been installed in accordance with the approved plan. No alteration to the floor plan of the dwelling or the engineered site plan will be allowed without further review by the Board of Health or its agent. This variance is granted pursuant to the State Environmental Code, and the Town of Chatham subsurface sewage regulations is valid from 1 year from the date of the Board of Health approval. Permit must be issued and work commenced during that 1 year period, or the variance shall expire.
okay, thank you, Judy. So we have a motion to approve and a second. Anyone want to comment on this application before I call the question?
Hey, John, it's Bob. I just had a quick question for John Schneibel. Hey, John, I'm looking at the site plan, and then right in the middle of the driveway area, I assume those are drainage structures in the middle of the driveway, right above where it says proposed D-box?
Yes, it is.
Okay, all right. They didn't have any label on them, and I just wanted to make sure. All right, thank you.
All right, I'd like to proceed with the vote on whether to approve or not approve the motion that's on the table. Dr. Hanson, how do you vote?
unmute, approve.
Okay. Dr. Alan Ward, how do you vote?
think he muted his phone.
Dr. Alan Ward, if you can hear me, please unmute and cast your vote. Let's go to Ed Sheehan. How do you vote, Ed?
Yes.
Ron, how do you vote?
Yes.
I vote yes as the chair. Dr. Alan Ward? I'm looking for your vote on this motion. All right, I'm not hearing any response. We have 4 votes in support of the motion, so the motion carries. And we'll list Alan as abstain. All right, that is the end of our.
Thank you.
Pardon
Thank
me?
you for everything.
Thank you,
Sorry,
John.
sorry. Okay. I'm
Thanks,
done.
John.
Okay. Bye.
That's the end of our 5:30 meeting agenda. We're now going to go to a recess or an intermission until we reconvene at 6 o'clock, which is in about 5 or 6 minutes, with the Board of Selectmen on with us. So per the recommendation from earlier, everybody should simply mute their mics. If you want to, get rid of your image if you wish, or you can just stay right where you are and wait a few minutes and then come back when we see the Board of Selectmen coming into the call. Thank you.
One.
Good afternoon and welcome to the joint meeting of the Chatham Board of Selectmen and the Board of Health. It's May 18th and this is a remote participation only meeting. Please note that this meeting is being recorded and will be available shortly hereafter for scheduled and on-demand viewing on any smartphone or tablet device. If anyone else is recording the meeting, please notify me. And asking if all participants will please mute your phones and your computers now. And we will, and you can unmute when you're called on to speak or present. Pursuant to Governor Baker's March 12, 2020 order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law, Chapter 30A, Section 18, and the Governor's March 23, 2020 order imposing strict limitations on the number of people that may gather in one place. This meeting of the Chatham Board of Selectmen and Board of Health is being conducted via remote participation. Every effort will be made to ensure that the public can adequately access the proceedings as provided for in the order. A reminder that persons who would like to listen to this meeting while in progress may do so by calling the phone number 508-945-4410. Conference ID number is 192-554-254, followed by the pound sign. Or they may join the meeting online via Microsoft Teams through the link in the posted agenda on our Selectmen's agenda page. Despite our best efforts, we are not able to provide for real-time access, and we will post a recording of this meeting on the town's website as soon as possible. We did have a meeting of the Board of Health met at 5:30. This is our 6 o'clock meeting. We do have, we want to pull each one of our committees. I will go first. The Board of Selectmen will pull, I will pull our board, and then I'll turn it over to Chairman Beckley to pull his, and then it will come right back to me for continuation of the meeting. So Selectman Kokolas?
Here.
Selectman Nicastro?
Present.
Selectman Metters?
Present.
Selectman Dykens?
Here.
Okay, I'm just seeing if your volumes, oh, it's my volume, okay. Okay, Chairman Beckley of the Board of Health, do you want to pull your board, please?
Thank you. Okay. Dr. Noble Hanson, are you on the call?
Yes.
Dr. Alan Ward, are you on the call?
Yes.
Ed Sheehan, are you on the
Yes.
call?
Yes.
Ron Broman, are you on the call?
Yes.
And myself, John Beckley. So all 5 of us are on the call.
Thank you, John. That moved along nicely. First, before we go to public announcements and agenda item requests, I ask that my board approve the May 4th, 2020 Board of Selectmen meeting minutes and the May 7th, 2020 Board of Selectmen meeting minutes. Do I have a motion on the May 4th meeting minutes for approval? Okay, do I have, Peter? Okay, second?
A second.
Okay, Jeff, any edits or changes to the meeting minutes?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Page
Uh,
8.
Dean, yeah.
On page 8 of the minutes, this is under paragraph paragraph A. There's a roll call vote on the Stepping Stones article. It's listed as 5 yeses, but it should be 5 noes.
Noted.
I only edit.
Okay, Peter, do you have any edits?
Yes, Madam Chair, I only have one additional, it's a real small nit. On page 3, top paragraph, third to the last line, where it starts of help. We'll meet again next week after the community forum and eliminate AN.
Okay.
That's it.
Corey?
Yes, Madam Chair, very, very minor. On page 2, middle of the page, the single sentence that reads Selectman Metters said recruitment for committees will resume in the future. I'd like to add his recruitment, HIS. I will be going back to recruiting and doing openings of vacancies in the short future. So just that one clarification, please. Thank you.
Thanks, Corey. We appreciate your outreach. Selectman Dykens.
Yeah, thank you. Selectman DeCastro got the edit that I had targeted. Thank you very much.
Okay. Vote to approve. I'll call the roll. I'm having some feedback. Selectman Dykens.
Aye.
Selectman Metters.
Yes.
Selectman DeCastro.
Aye.
Selectman Kokolas.
Aye.
The next order of business is to approve the meeting minutes of May 7th.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
did you vote on that?
Oh, and thank you. Chair says aye. 5-0. Thank you for the reminder. Okay, do we have a motion to approve the meeting minutes of May 7th?
So moved.
Seconded?
Second.
Okay, Jeff and Dean. Okay, any subsequent edits? Selectman Kokolas,
No, Madam Chair.
Selectman Metters,
All set. Thank you.
Selectman Dykens,
None, thank you.
Selectman DeCastro,
No, thank you.
and the chair says none either. So we'll take a roll on the vote. Selectman Kokolas,
Aye.
Selectman DeCastro,
Aye.
Selectman Metters,
Aye.
Selectman Dykens,
Aye.
the chair says aye. Okay. All right, so moving on, just to get some clarity again to the process, we seems to have nailed it down fairly well, but I do want to reiterate that we have a protocol of participation here during the meeting, that during any of the agenda items or the remote participation, there'll be a presentation of the materials reported in the agenda and comments and questions from the boards. That includes the Board of Health this time. And then we will request for members of the public who wish to comment or to ask questions to identify themselves. I will create a list, and then I will call on those who have identified themselves in subsequent order. Tonight we have a special sort of announcement to make. Fire Chief Peter Connick is retiring after 40 years of service, and we want to congratulate him and on his career with us in Chatham. And I think Jill, you have a certificate that I had signed. Could you read it, perhaps?
Thank you, Chairman Davis. Shauna's going to bring it up for
Okay.
you. We're in different locations.
Okay, thanks. So the certificate reads, if I can read it, it's kind of low on my computer. The town of Chatham presents a certificate of appreciation to Peter E. Connick for 41 years of services to the citizens of Chatham. We'd like to congratulate you on your retirement, which will be May 31st, 2020. We want to thank Peter again for his service. Jill, is there anything else we need to add to this?
Yes, we wanted to do a visual demonstration of his years of service and dedication. And so I'm going to turn that over to Ryan, and this was produced by the fire department.
Great, thank you.
His years of service and dedication. And so I'm going to turn that over to Ryan, and this was produced by the fire department.
Great, thank you.
His years of service and dedication. And so I'm going to turn that over to Ryan, and this was produced by the fire department.
Great, thank you.
His years of service and dedication. And so I'm going to turn that over to Ryan, and this was produced by the fire department.
Great, thank you.
His years of service and dedication. And so I'm going to turn that over to Ryan, and this was produced by the fire department.
Great, thank you.
His years of service and dedication. And so I'm going to turn that over to Ryan, and this was produced by the fire department.
retirement party. What's going on? All I hear is music.
Shireen, you're muted.
Yep. Okay. I just want to ask everybody to keep their phones and videos muted as possible. But thank you very much. It's wonderful. Congratulations, Peter. May you have a wonderful, wonderful next chapter of your life. Thanks. So, anything else, Jill?
I'm all set. I know Pete Connick is on the phone and he was watching on Channel 18.
He is on the phone, Pete? Do you have anything to say? No. All right.
All right.
Okay, well, we'll move on. Thank you, Pete. So our next order of business is our public announcements and agenda requests. Tonight, we are going to move forward with a special request from Senator Julian Cyr and State Representative Sarah Peak. They're on with us this evening, and they want to give us some updates as to the Cape Cod Regional Reopening Task Force, and I'm sure we'll have something to say about the governor's reopening policy that happened this afternoon. So, Senator Cyr, are you there?
I
Hello?
am. And
Okay,
can you
welcome.
hear me?
Yes, I can.
Good to be with you. Thank you, Shireen, and congratulations and thank you to Chief Connick for all those years of service. And that was really nice to be part of this. Sarah and I this evening are on a bit of a road show. We're actually due in Harwich at 6:30. We were in Eastham and Provincetown earlier, but really through the I guess magic of all this technology, we're actually able to get to many of our select boards tonight, and actually will be before every select board on Cape Cod this week. And what we're aiming to do is make sure that we're continuing to work in partnership with you, our municipal partners, in responding to COVID-19. This has been unprecedented, profoundly difficult, and particularly as we're now on the eve of Memorial Day and what's traditionally our summer season, there's a tremendous amount of uncertainty and anxiety, and really what's unknown about what this summer is going to be. We have been working very hard as a delegation, legislative delegation, to work in partnership with the business community, with our municipal governments and other stakeholders to ensure that we're responding to the pandemic in a unified fashion, and that particularly we're speaking with one voice when it comes to reopening. We understand that the public, particularly seasonal residents and then ultimately visitors, when we're able to welcome them back, might not necessarily distinguish between Orleans and Harwich or Mashpee and Yarmouth. And we feel it's very important that we are all speaking with one voice. We're providing a consistent message to the public about steps that people need to take to keep themselves safe, keep their families safe, and also keep others safe. And those public health precautions have been crucial to really bending the curve and coming out of the surge, and are going to be even more essential as things begin to open up. So today, the governor released a reopening plan. I'm sure many of you have seen this, but broadly it outlines how and when the various sectors can open. It's a 4-phase plan that's really being led by public health surveillance. Phase 1 of the plan starts on May 25th, so a week from today, and subsequent phases will occur no sooner than 3 weeks from between each phase, and maybe longer depending on the public health surveillance and how we're responding to it. So that information is out there. We wanted to come and give you a snapshot of what that is, and then explain the regional work that we're going to continue to be doing with the Cape Cod Reopening Task Force. We're really fortunate to have Shireen as one of the representatives of the Selectmen and Councilors Association of Cape Cod working on this task force. And our aim is to have a consistent message and public health information for the public. It's to make sure that we're providing assistances to business who are looking to reopen, and coordination and support to our municipalities. And so that's kind of the update from me. I know Sarah has some updates. She actually spoke with the Lieutenant Governor just before our meeting tonight. and then we're glad to take questions and get over to Harwich by 6:30.
We'll do our best. Okay. So is Representative Pecan on the call?
I am. Yep, I think
Hi,
I have,
Sarah.
yep, both video and audio on, at least according to my dashboard. Hi, everybody. Thank you for allowing us to kind of jump into your agenda tonight, but the senator and I felt this would be a good time after the big reveal that we've all been waiting anxiously for, just to touch base and to, you know, reemphasize with you, members of the Board of Selectmen, the town staff that's on here, as we all have time to digest this multi-page document, and even more when you see the information portals kind of by business category that the state has set up. As questions arise that you can't find answers to, the senator and I are both, you know, there and available. Please reach out to us and we will try to get answers to your questions. So a couple of things that I want to highlight, due largely to my conversation with the Lieutenant Governor, who, you know, is no stranger to the Cape. I think one of her first trips was down to the Upweller in Chatham, as a matter of fact. But she said, make sure that people know that all of these guidelines and decisions and the phasing in and who's what category of businesses are included in which column under the various phases was all driven by public health considerations. And it was driven in consultation with our own Department of Public Health, the Commissioner of Public Health, MGH, epidemiologists from our other great institutions. And so, you know, first and foremost is keeping people safe and is keeping people healthy. And a part of that is working to reopen and reinvigorate to have a healthy economy also. We can't look at one without looking at the other. You know, they heard from dozens of stakeholders, met for hours and hours every week via Zoom meetings. Wendy Northcross from the Cape Cod Chamber presented together with the executive director of One Berkshire. And actually, as a result of that presentation, I think they were so impressed with what these two industry leaders from regions that are dependent on a seasonal economy more than a year-round economy. It's in the fine print, but in this 29-page deck that is on the state website and that the governor referred to today, there is a reference to a restaurant and hospitality work group that convened on May 15th, and they will continue to meet to develop procedures for opening. So Wendy is our representative on that restaurant and hospitality work group. I would encourage industry leaders from the town of Chatham and citizens from the town of Chatham who have input that they want to give regarding the opening of various sectors, whether that's restaurants, hotel, motels, or maybe something to do in a more granular way with the fishing industry or shellfishing or whatever it might be, to reach out to Wendy and give her that input. Shireen, I know you have the link to the portal that we set up for the Cape Cod Reopening Task Force. If that could be shared on the town's website in some way, that would be great. That's the best way for people to get information up really to the administration through Wendy Northcross, and she would welcome that. I also just briefly want to add that the senator and I learned in our conversation with Linda Markham, who served on the governor's statewide task force, that there was no region that submitted more comments and more helpful comments than the Cape and Islands region. So Barnstable County, we should all be proud of ourselves. And because of that level of engagement, we have really probably had a disproportionate amount of input into what this plan was that was released today. Some important things for you as town elected leaders to know. Sean O'Brien told Julian and me this afternoon on a call that the county is bringing on more health inspectors. Has a budget authorized. He's already hired 3 additional staff, and he's been authorized to reach out to maybe some recently retired public health people who the county will bring on to assist towns as they may need assistance. The other piece is that for a business that is allowed in their phase to reopen, it does not require an inspection by the town. For that business to reopen, they go to the portal on the state website, they read what the compliance requirements are, they certify that they can and are complying with those, they get a certificate to print out, they can put that in their window and they're good to go. Where the town inspection comes in is if there are complaints that are filed about a business that somebody thinks is out of compliance, the town inspector or the county inspector will have to go to verify that. And there's like a sliding scale of penalties, ultimately with the most severe one being you can't be open for business. So the state's taking this seriously, but they understand also that if your local inspector had to go and re-inspect all of these businesses, we wouldn't have anybody open until Christmas time probably, because the inspection process would be so burdensome. One little thing, because I know you have public bathrooms downtown right behind Town Hall. I asked the Lieutenant Governor about public bathroom openings this weekend in particular, since it's Memorial Day weekend. And I think despite the ban on leisure overnight accommodations, we can expect to see an influx of people coming into our communities. Her word to me was their interpretation of these guidances are that porta-johns are okay, but public restrooms of the nature like Provincetown has or Chatham has, bathhouse type restrooms where there's multiple stalls and multiple sinks, those will be allowed in phase 1, which means as of Monday, Memorial Day, May 25th. So I don't know if you're considering opening your public restrooms or not, but that's something about that. And next week, the state will be sending to the 351 cities and towns sort of some best practice guidelines about how to get town buildings open. Like, what will it look like to reopen your library? What will it look like to reopen town hall to the public? Maybe for you to start having in-person meetings instead of all virtual meetings and those types of things. So the administration is keenly aware that rather than have everybody sort of figure this out and stumble along on their own, they will be issuing guidelines that are designed to be helpful to all of you. And that's about what I have to say. Thank you.
Sarah, thank you. I know there's some sort of feedback going on here.
Why that is.
Yeah, Ryan, or Craig, I don't know if you can help us with that. That seems to be problematic.
Yep.
So
this is Ryan here. If anyone on their phones can mute, it looks like it's a cell phone or landline.
Okay.
You can hear it. Anyway,
Yeah.
we're glad to take some questions, and
Okay.
then I think we would say, as the towns are working, as y'all are working through this, rely on us as partners. I think we really are concerned about we need to have a unified message here and a unified voice. That kind of having a patchwork of rules is going to be very confusing to the public. Of course, we're lucky that we have a direct line with Shireen, who's working so closely on the task force.
Thanks. So if we have like a few seconds just for board questions, I know that you guys need, and we'll leave it at that. And then thank you to go. So I'm just going to turn it over. One question I have is there seems to be some confusion on the quarantine advisory. I see that a lot on social media. People are confused. What do you understand from what we know?
So
go ahead,
short-term
Julian.
rent. So short-term. So all leisure accommodations are prohibited until phase 2. And when they're allowed in phase 2, they're going to be with restrictions. The travel advisory urging people not to travel for business or recreation is consistent, so that hasn't changed.
Okay.
And it does appear that the urging of folks who are traveling from out of state to do a 14-day quarantine when they arrive in Massachusetts, that stays as well. Obviously, there's some big questions about what that means from a leisure accommodations perspective. Particularly when we have a lot of out-of-state travel who end up using these leisure accommodations. That's what this working group that Sarah talked about is going to be working to figure out. But for our purposes today, we're in phase 1. We're starting May 25th. No less than we're going to be at least 3 weeks in from May 25th. So to the middle of June, we'll be in phase 1. Leisure accommodations will be prohibited through that, if not longer.
Great, thanks. Peter, do you have any questions for Sarah or for Julian?
Yeah, thank you and welcome. And that's well done. I really appreciate it. My only one is I've only looked at the top level charts, but it appeared to me that for businesses and retail businesses, and I haven't gone into the details, they're going to be able to be open to some extent by next week. Is that correct?
Yes, for curbside pickup. Yep.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah, some of it's by appointment, curbside pickup, right.
Right. Dean, do you have any questions for Sarah or Jillian?
Well, thank you. Thank you both for coming. We really appreciate this. We all know that the Cape is a highly nuanced area, and great to have this input. Just a question sort of tangential to what you're saying. Is there any action on the legislative effort to allow postponement of the town elections? Because we have an election scheduled for the 25th of June, and we're certainly encouraging people to vote by mail. But I heard there was some legislation brewing. I didn't know what the status of it was.
Yeah, so there's a couple of bills that have filed. One is mail-in voting and, no excuse absentee ballot voting and all of that. It's a tough question to answer because where we are trying to meet as a legislative body, and in the Mass House, there's 160 of us. So it's a big group. I'm going up to Boston Wednesday because we're in session to take up an IT bond bill, which, by the way, I've tried to earmark some funds for Open Cape to bring high-speed internet to downtown Chatham, similar to what happened in Falmouth. We'll see if it goes through, but that's the hope. But it's a cumbersome process that we have. We have like 9 conference call lines. It's not by video. When there's a motion, I'm one of the monitors. I have to go through 19 people on my list and take the roll. If somebody wants to speak, they have to like whisper in my ear. I stand up and on behalf of Representative so-and-so would like the microphone. Then they've got to call a different line. So until we figure out there's certain kind of emergency things that we're going to do. And we've done a lot through informal sessions where it's things that nobody objects to because it just takes one person to derail the informal session. So we are going to be able to take up legislation. We know that there's a time pressure with local elections because we're not talking about September and then November. We're talking about next month. So I'm hopeful that we'll get something out to you guys to make life easier for you. I think we're looking more along the lines of allowing more robust mail-in voting rather than just sort of indefinitely postponing the town elections and holding incumbents' terms over for a longer period.
Thank you very much. Thanks again for coming.
Sure thing.
Thank you. Corey, do you have?
Julie, do you have something on that, on the election thing?
No,
Yeah.
I'm just going to dash ahead to I'm going to dash ahead to Harwich, and Sarah will meet me there.
Thanks.
Can I just ask one question of the senator before he leaves?
Oh, you missed him.
Sorry.
He said that phase 1 started May
I'm
25th.
sorry. Who
sorry.
is speaking?
Oh, sorry, it's Bill Driscoll.
I'm sorry. You need to wait to be called on.
Okay.
I'm going through the board. So if you want to email that question to Senator, that will be the best approach. Okay.
Great. Thank you.
All right. Corey, do you have any questions for Sarah?
Well, no, I know we got limited time, so I'm going to thank Sarah and Julian for both, coming into our meeting this night. I know there's a lot going on, and a lot of questions, a lot of moving pieces. I just look forward to continuing this communication process as we roll things out and cross our fingers that we can get through this as smoothly and collectively as possible. So thank you and stay safe.
Thanks.
Jeff, any questions for Representative Peak?
Hello, Sarah. How are you?
Good, Jeff. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you so much for joining us here today. I just had a quick question on beaches. I read something about next week, a week from today, that there was guidance on beaches, and I just wondered what that guidance was.
Yeah. So if you go to, and this is great for everybody who's watching at home too, if you go to mass.gov/reopening, they have all of the sectors, including beaches there. And you'll find, I downloaded it. There's a memo from the Executive Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs, and it goes through, social distancing, user guidelines, oversand vehicles, lifeguards, admission contacts, like if you pay to park, restrooms, comfort stations, showers, inside and outside showers, food service, concessions, trash, all of that stuff. It's all up there on the website. And I'll just quickly address Bill Driscoll's question about the 25th, because we were confused about this also. Julian and I were, so when does phase 1 begin? The governor made his announcement today. Does it begin like tomorrow morning? So on a call that I was on earlier with fellow House members, Secretary Keneally made it clear that phase one begins Monday, May 25th. So this is a week that businesses that are in phase one and need to make sure that they're following all the protocols. This is like their ramp up week to make sure about compliance and all of that. And then on the 25th of May is the start of phase one. And that, more importantly, for businesses that are in phase two, that's when the clock starts to tick for that 3-week snapshot that we have to take.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thanks.
Sure.
I'm just going to turn it briefly over to the Board of Health, Sarah, and they might have some questions.
Sure.
And then we'll let you go. And if any of the public wants to ask you any questions, they certainly can email you.
Yes.
If that, as a matter of efficiency. So Chairman Beckley, do you want to take over for some questions for Representative Peak, please?
Certainly. I don't have any questions. I would like to ask the other Board of Health members if any of them do. Dr. Noble, Hanson, do you have any questions for our legislative?
No, I appreciate Sarah Peak being here, but I have no further questions.
Dr. Alan Ward, do you have any questions for our guest?
No questions.
Ed Sheehan, do you have any questions for our guest?
No.
Ron Broman, do you have any questions?
Yeah, my only question will be on some of this enforcement. How is the police going to get involved in it? I mean, will someone have to call and report it?
Ron, we're going to get to that soon on the agenda coming up.
Okay.
Yeah, we've got that. We've got a marker for that. So.
Thank you.
And if you have any questions after you go through that on your agenda around enforcement, don't hesitate to reach out to Julian and me, and we'll, send it up the pipeline and get you answers from, DPH, public safety, whoever it is. It's my impression, and again, this is all an information download since 11 a.m. this morning, so I haven't had I haven't gone through this with a fine-tooth comb by any means. But it's my impression that the Board of Health and your local health agent and health inspectors are the first line of enforcement. Of course, if you have a situation similar to what happened in front of Town Hall in Provincetown on Saturday, where people almost came to fisticuffs over who was wearing a mask and who wasn't, then that becomes a police matter. But hopefully those sorts of things don't happen too often.
Thank you very much, Sarah.
Sure.
Sarah, I want to thank you for your time. And I know that you have to move on to Harwich now. Say hello to our fellow selectmen over there, and thank you for all your good work. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And I'll hear you on the phone tomorrow in our meeting.
Definitely.
All right.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Shireen.
All
Thank
right,
you.
take
Bye-bye,
care.
everybody.
Thanks. Okay, so moving on to our agenda, we're going to take up some regular business now and address, let's see. Oh, no, we're not. We're going to ask for public announcements and agenda item requests from the public. Did we ask from the board? I'm sorry. Shauna, have I asked the board if they have any? I have not. So, Peter, do you have any public announcements or agenda item requests?
No, thank you.
Corey?
No, all set.
Dean?
None, thank you.
Jeff?
All set, thanks, Shireen.
Okay. And to the remote participants, could you please speak up if you have an agenda item request, and I'll create the list and go down the list.
Yes, Madam Chair, Elaine Gibbs.
Okay. Anyone else?
Yes, Madam Chair, Stephen Buckley.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, hearing none. Ms. Gibbs.
Yes, I am requesting that there be an update by Tom Temple at the next Board of Selectmen's meeting regarding the West Chatham corridor. If there is any construction work going to be done through June, normally, they have gotten that extension through right up until July 4th. And that the board had directed Tom to push back to a higher level if necessary. The District 5 engineers' verbal refusal to pave the road surface so that it could be in a better condition for the summer. I had hoped that we would have had an answer since we are 4 days away from Memorial Day, but if we could find out what the condition's going to be, because it's really kind of messy down there. And so that's it. Thank you very much.
Just for the matter of the public, yes, we have this scheduled. We've been working on it with the town manager's been working on this with the DPW, so we can expect an update shortly. I just want to let my fellow board members know that. Stephen Buckley.
Yes, a few weeks ago, thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure.
Before the governor announced his advisory board for the state, I had the night before suggested that the town come up with something similar at the local level that compared to what Provincetown was doing. But of course, that's moved along. However, I would like to add to that item discussion request, which is to discuss the role of the Cape Cod task force on reopening, because I think that I would have asked this during the last session as far as clarification, that it appears that they're not an official public body. And I think that is something that needs to be clarified, that they have no power, no official designation. And certainly any group of people can get together and do anything they want, but I think that needs to be cleared up. So that may come up, and doesn't need to be cleared up now, but whenever that comes up for discussion, maybe later on tonight. Thank you.
Okay, so as a matter of clarification for you, that this task force is under the guidance of Senator Sears' office, and if you want to go to his website, he has information on there, Stephen, that you may be able to get and read about. I don't have the exact wording on his website in front of me right now, but that might be helpful. Okay, any other agenda item requests or public announcements?
Madam Chairman?
Yes, who's speaking?
This is Pete Connick.
Hi,
I've gathered
Pete.
myself now.
Okay.
Thank you for the video. Thank you for the opportunity I've had. The pleasure has been all mine. Thanks again.
Thank you, Chief. Nice to hear from you. Thank you. Any other public announcements or agenda item requests? Okay, hearing none. If not, we're going to move over to our regular business, and new business is seasonal shellfish area closures for Mill Creek, Taylor's Pond, Champlain Creek, and Muddy Creek. Constable Gagné, are you on the call or the meeting?
Shireen, it's Bob Duncanson. I'll be presenting that.
Okay, great. Go right ahead, and we'll probably at some point we'll ask Clerk Nicastro to read the closures, but we'll go ahead with your presentation.
Yes, Madam Chair. These are just part of our routine, normal seasonal closures. We have a number of them for you tonight. We have Champlain Creek, Mill Creek, Muddy Creek, and Taylor's Pond. As the board knows, starting about 25 years ago, we investigated all these areas in response to some high bacterial counts and found out that the majority of the cause was natural in origin, warm water temperatures, wildlife, and waterfowl, over which, we as a community have very little control. And so as a way to reopen these areas when water conditions and bacterial levels were conducive, we do seasonal closures. So we basically close these areas down in the summertime and the early fall. And then as soon as the water temperatures drop, we reopen them for the winter and the early spring. So as I say, these are fairly routine. You do these every year. We bring them to you in the spring and you close them down. And then we bring them to you back again around Thanksgiving or so, early December, and we reopen them for the winter. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Unmute.
Oh. Any questions from my board? Peter?
No, Madam Chair, but to expedite, I'd like to move the recommendation, and then we can discuss.
Sure.
Move to approve the seasonal closure of Champlain Creek, Milk Creek, Muddy Creek, and Taylor's Pond with an effective date of June 1, 2020.
I'll take a second and then I'll ask Clerk Nicastro to read the closures.
Second.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? Okay. Do we want, Dean, do you want to read it first or do we want to vote? What's,
I'm happy to read them now. I'll try to read
okay,
quickly. There were 4 of them. Shellfish
Thanks.
Rules and Regulations, May 18th, 2020, closed effective June 1, 2020. The water flats and all tributaries of Champlain Creek northwest of a line drawn from the outermost piling at the town boat ramp northeasterly to the no shellfishing sign in the marsh on the opposite shore, closed to the taking of shellfish by permit holders until further notice the Board of Selectmen. Shellfish Rules and Regulations, May 18th, 2020, closed effective June 1, 2020. The waters and flats of Mill Creek north of a line drawn from the western breakwater to the eastern breakwater at the mouth of Mill Creek and south of a line drawn across the mouth of Taylor's Pond are close to the taking of shellfish until further notice. Board of Selectmen. Shellfish Rules and Regulations, May 18th, 2020, closed effective June 1, 2020. The waters and flats of Mill Creek southwest of a line drawn across the mouth of the creek is defined to low tide and northeast of the Route 28 bridge are closed to the taking of shellfish by permit holders until further notice. Board of Selectmen. Shellfish Rules and Regulations, May 18th, 2020, closed effective June 1, 2020. The waters and flats of Taylor's Pond, north of a line drawn across the mouth of the pond, are closed to the taking of shellfish by permit holders until further notice. Board of Selectmen.
very well done. Okay, any questions? Any remote participants wish to speak on this matter or have questions? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to take a vote. Selectman Nicastro,
Aye.
Selectman Kokolas,
Aye.
Selectman Metters,
Aye.
Selectman Dykens,
Aye.
and the chair says aye. Okay, 5-0-0. Thank you, Bob.
Thank you very much.
All right, take care. Okay, moving to our next order of business, the Board of Selectmen appointment reappointments process. I think we've had some discussion ongoing with this, and we've had if in Corey, I think Corey, you wanted to speak to this issue. Do you want to speak to this now, or do we have a matter of background?
Well, just basically kicking it off. I mean, we have, we have our citizens that have stepped forward and have served on our boards and committees and commissions, and we have, 29 expiring terms coming up. We have a series of individuals who are in the talent pool who are willing to serve and step forward. We have boards and committees that have vacancies, still vacancies on them. So I think it's time that we need to start having a discussion of how we can move this forward and taking some action to keep our boards and committees moving and fill all the voids that we can. So just a general discussion. I appreciate you putting this on the agenda tonight so we can get this started.
Thank you. I know that I think it's important that we to have as much normalcy as we can in the process and be prepared for when the time comes that we can start meeting on a more regular basis with some of the advisory boards. I think in some of the conversations I've had, I'm wondering if the process that we're looking to do, we're looking for any changes to our usual practice, which usually has been that all regulatory board members whose term is expiring and has expressed a wish to be reappointed to the board can do so. Let's see, I think on the interview side of it, I believe that we only interview incumbents if there's somebody who is wanting to have their seat. And so I just want a little feedback from the board as to how they want to proceed, if anything different from what we already do. Any comments from Peter on this?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just generally, I agree. We should move ahead. The question is, part of it is how. One is obviously, to begin with, if we're going to do this, it should be done virtually. If I heard correctly, either Senator Sears or Representative Peake made the comment that there may be a little loosening up on guidelines on how far on the town, and then maybe we could have face-to-face ones. I didn't realize that for some reason, I think every time I came up, I was interviewed, and there weren't people that were trying to get on the planning board at the time. So I'm just questioning that for a regulatory board, and I may be wrong. I guess the other comment is this will take a little while. It took us quite a while the last time. Do we know how many incumbents are willing to stay on, and which ones are going to say thank you, I'm done? That might help us at least for numbers. And that's it for now. Thank you.
Okay. Shauna, do you have any numbers on that?
No, the letters in making that inquiry have not gone out yet.
Okay. All right. So we're on the forefront of it. Selectman Nicastro, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I do. With respect to, first of all, I think we should move ahead quickly on this. We have a lot of things coming up. We've got a town elections, annual town meeting. We're trying to deal with the COVID situation, obviously, and the reopening of the town in the summer season. So a lot of people are at home. I think we should be able to schedule virtual interviews, telephone interviews with those that we need to interview. And we should make the appointments on a timely basis so that they're effective and in place by July 1. I just have a question. I have a suggestion. I'm not wedded to it, but as Peter said, right now it requires us to interview any regulatory board member whose term is up, whether that person is being challenged for that position or not. And it would seem to me to make things a little more expeditious if we didn't do that, if we followed the same practice we do for the advisory boards. We know who these folks are. We've interviewed them multiple times. And I think we should probably think about limiting those interviews of incumbent regulatory board members to those members who might want to have an interview. But if they don't, then I think we should feel free to proceed to take a vote on that position. And of course, if someone is seeking that position as well, that same position, there's no vacancy on the committee, but they know there's a reappointment coming up, then we would interview both those individuals, or how many others do apply. But that would be my suggestion for proceeding. But I do think we should proceed as expeditiously as possible. Thank you.
I agree with you on this. That it would be. I know that a lot of us are attending a lot of virtual meetings all day, every day, and it's not that it's not important to interview everybody, but actions do speak to people being on the boards and how they've conducted themselves, and also knowing certain individuals for as long as we have, or have had multiple interviews prior. Any thoughts, Jeff?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I would support anything that makes this process more efficient. We, at least in theory, we have 37 interviews to be conducted by June 30th. So it gives us about 6 weeks. Going to be busy. You're busy on the Zoom or on the Teams meetings. If we have incumbents on regulatory boards that expressed willingness to re-up, and there's no other applicants, I think it's probably more efficient to not have to interview those folks. I think that I would agree with that. I would also at least put out there that for the number of selectmen to be required for non-regulatory boards, perhaps doesn't need to be all 5 of us, 2 or 3 of us, maybe 3 of us, a quorum perhaps. I guess those are my thoughts, but I agree we should do this with, as expeditiously as we possibly can. Again, we've got the 6 weeks to do 37 interviews, at least in theory. Thanks.
Okay. The quorum idea works for me too, because of, work schedules and whatnot. We might be able to expedite some of these quicker. I'm not sure who I haven't. Corey, any thoughts? This is your baby.
No, yes, no, on the non-regulatory, I'm very 2 or 3. I mean, I remember when I was first interviewed, for the planning board years ago, I think only 3 of the members of the Board of Selectmen interviewed me at that time, and I was a regulatory committee. So I think we can loosen that up a little bit. The thought of not interviewing a regulatory individual, a person who's sitting on a regulatory board but does not have any, I guess, opposition, as a non-contested. I'm a little mixed about that. I would love to make the process quicker, less interviews. I mean, that would be wonderful because I know we have so much going on. But I guess if we're not going to interview an individual, you would think automatically they would get reappointed. But if there was any individual that there were some concerns or they needed to have some clarification on what their role on the board, I guess I would feel more comfortable giving them an opportunity to address those concerns face to face or video to video. If there was any hesitation about reappointing someone on a regulatory committee. So I guess I'm leaning more toward re-interviewing an individual, even if there's not an individual in waiting, just because I think it'd be a better process, in my own opinion.
Okay. Let's see, who else have I not talked to here? I didn't make my checklist when I went through this one. I apologize. Peter, you've weighed in. Dean, you've weighed in. Jeff. All right. So everybody's weighed in on this. Shauna, do you need us to vote on this, Shauna, or do you need a consensus or clarification on any of the actions needed?
I would just need clarification on whether or not you want interviews with regulatory members who wish to continue on the boards and commissions to be scheduled for interviews, even if there is no one else seeking that seat.
Okay. All right. So we need to do a clarification on that. Dean, I see you in my world, so. Okay.
Madam Chair, I mean, I'll withdraw my suggestion. I'll defer to Corey. He makes a good point. I would just ask that, as far as the quorum, I think we've kind of been doing that anyway when we've had non-regulatory board members, but most of the time we have all 5 members present at these interviews, in my experience. So I would suggest we keep the process as is, but that we just try to, and this is tough for Shauna to do with everything else that's going on, but that we try to line these interviews up as quickly as possible, particularly the regulatory boards, they and the Air Board Commission, the ones she's got listed here. So that list does not show any of the non-regulatory boards. You've got SRAC, which is an advisory committee. I think that's important because they're going to be meeting. Board of Health, CONSCOM, HPDC, Historical Planning Board, Zoning Board, Council on Aging. Are those all those certainly are not all the reappointments, Shauna, right? Because we have all these other advisory committees.
No, these are only the interviews that would be required under the existing practices.
Okay. All right. So again, I would just urge that we try to line these up as quickly as possible.
Okay. All right. Jeff, are you okay with that? Because I know that you were.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I'm fine with it. Yeah.
Okay. And as far as the schedule is concerned, Shauna, I think we need to be as flexible as possible, but as quick as possible. So I know that you'll work your magic in getting us all pulled together for whatever we need to do. Go ahead, Corey.
Madam Chair, can I just throw one more thing out in the mix, just to kind of make not bog things or prevent it bogging things down. So we're going to move forward, and are we going to, I hate to use the term deadline, are we going to close people applying for the position? I mean, let's say we interview for pick any any of the groups. So we have Board of Health as we're going to have to do 3 interviews, so are we going to keep open enrollment for people to apply, or are we going to some point, I hate to use the term cut off, to kind of keep just know when we can move forward? I don't know if I'm expressing myself clearly here. I just don't want to be at a point where we're interviewing and then we have maybe another 2 or 3 more people to move forward. We have to do some more interviews. I just want to understand where the deadline is and how to make things more efficient or as efficient as possible. Thoughts?
I don't know how you can do that, Corey. I mean, can we set that policy? I don't know
No,
if it's in the chart at all that we couldn't do something, that process. So like,
I guess I just want to, if we do interviews, I guess this is just my personal feeling. If we do interviews and we've covered all the interviews that we've have scheduled, I would like to then be able to vote on them in a relatively reasonable manner and not let it lag for a length of time till, I want to be more consistent. I want to be consistent with our process. I guess what I'm saying. Because I know this has been a couple times in the last year. I think a couple of our interviews kind of dragged out a little bit, maybe from scheduling situations, but I just want to be as efficient as possible and fair to everyone who applies to these committees. So
right.
I'm just throwing my thoughts out there. So
okay.
I think we'll do it. We'll be fine, but I just want to put it out on the table.
I don't really have an opinion on it personally, but I don't know if Peter, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, I have two. The first one is just to be clear, when it comes to regulatory boards, I agree. I think that we should interview someone who's coming up again. I had the impression at one time that it was going to be you pick and choose which ones. I don't think that's fair. Not at all. We would talk to anyone who's coming up. On the second point, yeah, I also agree with Corey. The way this process has worked is we've had a number of names come in, and then we wait quite a while sometimes to vote. I think you're right. I don't think we can set it. Maybe we could set a time limit, but if we can try and get something on our schedule, if we finish an interview of one of the committees by Wednesday or so, we should be able to get it on the agenda the next week. That's easy for me to say, and I know how tough it is to put the agendas together. But I think as quickly as possible, we should do that. I don't know if we could stop people from applying at a certain time. That I'm not sure of. Thank you.
So I could say that we can expedite the process by being mindful of the agenda, that we get these done, the following agenda, if we're all done with the interviews. We can be mindful of that, and that might help expedite the process without having a cutoff date, so to speak, that, we have to get these done by a certain time. So be it, so to speak. Dean, do you have any thoughts on this?
No, other than I would like to see us complete all the appointments in June. I'm not aware of any prohibition in setting a deadline. I'm not proposing that we do that, but I'm looking at the calendar now. We have really just barely 2 weeks left in the month of May, and it would be nice if we could have completed all the interviews, and that's a tall order, I think, just to set them up, let alone have them. But if we could start taking votes by the middle of June on these things, and I agree with what Corey and Peter said, if we can have the actual votes placed on the selectmen's agenda pretty quickly after the interviews are completed, that's up to you, and you have to look at all the other items that are going on the agenda too. So I guess I'm not proposing any change.
Okay, all right, thank you. Jeff?
Yeah, I'm not proposing any change either. I think your notion of having the agenda items shortly after we're done with the interviews for that particular commission and or board, I think that's a really good idea. Typically, we've done that. Sometimes we lag a little bit. I'm hesitant to put a kind of a cutoff date on. If someone has a burning desire after a discussion and or issues of interest, and someone is really very interested, I would hate to quash that interest by having a cutoff date.
Right. Okay. All right. I know that volunteers are can be a challenge for us.
No.
Any final thoughts, Corey?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, having a hard cutoff is fine. The sentiment is just make sure we're as efficient as possible. I think we all agree on that. So that I'm more than comfortable.
Okay. So, Sean, have you got clarity on that from us?
Yes, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. And so the next order is there will be a letter that will be sent out to all the committee members and board members that are about the interview process, and you'll start the scheduling process then, correct? Okay. All right. Thank you on that matter. I'll throw that one on the floor. All right, so our next order of business, before we get to our joint meeting with the Board of Health, is consider calling a special town meeting for late September. This was an agenda item that Selectman Nacastro had brought up. And I think that as a matter of presenting your thoughts, I'll turn it over to you, Dean.
Thank you. Thank you. This was in follow-up to the advice of town council. Given that we have streamlined the warrant list for the annual town meeting, which is now scheduled for June 22nd, subject to possible postponement up to 30 days at a time in the determination and the town moderator. There were a number of articles that we took off the warrant, which are important articles, and we'd like to have an opportunity to deal with those. There are also several articles on the warrant, which I know the board is hopeful that could be deferred to a special town meeting with a date certain. And I'm specifically thinking of the 8 petition articles and the article on 1610 Main Street for the COA. It may also be possible that some other articles might be deferred by motions made at the annual town meeting. So with that in mind, Jill and just looking at this wrong. Okay, Shauna and Julie Smith and Jill had provided a memo on this and came up with some dates in September, which was the month I had suggested. And the reason I had suggested September, particularly later on in September, is that in the ordinary year, and this is certainly not that, we would be thinking about people spending a lot of their interest around Labor Day and shortly thereafter. So it would take a couple of weeks to get people oriented toward a town meeting. That's still my thought. So there is a matrix which lists a bunch of days, and I was thinking that we should try to put it out as far as we could. And I'm looking at the week of Monday, the 14th of September, and I specifically would suggest perhaps Thursday, the 17th, as a date for a special town meeting. And we could prepare the warrant as we get closer to that town meeting. But perhaps Thursday, September 17th at 6:00 p.m. if the moderator is available. I understand the school is available if it's to be held at the school. And let me just say one other thing, because I know there's been a lot of talk around town about the annual town meeting and its location. It has been suggested, I think, by the town moderator that, and I think you've mentioned it, Madam Chair, that we might possibly have the annual town meeting at Veterans Field to accommodate concerns about large gatherings. But be that as it may, we could also do this one, I suppose, there. But I'm suggesting the date of September 17th or something thereabouts. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm keeping in the spirit of the Saturday, Dean, and thinking that maybe a Saturday meeting might be a possibility as well. But I'm gonna just pull down the group and get some comments from them before I go forward. Selectman Dykens, your thoughts on this?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I favor the Saturday date as well, and I would suggest Saturday the 19th, assuming it's available, but I believe it is. I thought we had a very successful turnout for that Saturday when we had the special town meeting earlier this year, and I think a Saturday town meeting during the day is a good idea. I think it's good. So I would support Saturday the 19th. Thank you.
Okay, great, thanks. Corey, any thoughts on this?
Well, no, I mean, Saturday, I'm really pretty open to any date. I mean, the Saturday we could give it a try. I mean, I know schools will just get started back up again. I mean, we have no idea what that's going to look like, if it's going to be as we're doing now, or if we're going to be back in physically in the facilities. So, I mean, I'm open to a Saturday. I guess on a personal level, I would prefer not the 14th. That's my birthday. I really don't want to celebrate my birthday at a town meeting. With all due respect to all of you lovely folks, but I really am wide open. Thank you.
Well, then we're going to have to get rid of the 16th too, because that's my birthday. So no, I'm open to whatever. So Peter, any thoughts?
If we're talking birthdays, mine's the 22nd, but that
There we
doesn't
go.
count. Yeah, anyway, we're all under the same sign. That's bad. In any case, I do agree that we should have a special town meeting date certain. I like the idea of a Saturday. I think we should do it as late as possible. The 19th is good for me. I have a couple of reasons. One, we do get a lot of budget numbers coming in August. Then we have Labor Day. We may have a better idea of what all of our funding is going to be. That might be helpful. And hopefully it's a nice day. Thank you.
Great. And
Madam Chair?
yeah, go ahead, Jean.
I'm okay with Saturday the 19th, but I did want to float the question as to what time we're talking about, because that was an issue when we set the last couple of town meetings, and we wanted to accommodate the opportunity for younger people to attend, of course, with school and sports, and we don't know the circumstances of those going forward.
Right.
I think we did the March 7th at 3 o'clock, if I recall.
Yeah, and I know for younger families, it's soccer season starts. Soccer season's all the time, but soccer season's the fall, field hockey, whatever. So mornings aren't conducive to Saturdays for some of the younger populace in the town, and maybe, quite frankly, for just using the school itself. I don't know if the 3 o'clock worked fine for the last time that we moved forward with 3, or if there's any other suggestion. I don't have expertise on whether that time worked or didn't work for anybody. So I just want to throw it out there to see what everybody else feels.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Peter.
During 365, the younger folks gave a time. I believe it was like 3 o'clock, and Corey probably has a better idea. His kids are all in all kinds of sports. 1 o'clock is fine too, but I think an afternoon is appropriate.
Corey, go ahead.
It's arbitrary. We have no idea what the fall is going to look like, what the sports schedules are going to look like. My suggestion would be 4 o'clock, with the anticipation that we might be having some kind of sports programs. They'll wrap up in the afternoon, gives a little bit of time to get ready. The thought process is the town meeting is going to be pretty much, we're limiting the agenda or the articles. So I think if we did it at 4, we could be finished by 6. So I'm going to throw 4 o'clock out there, but it's an arbitrary.
Okay, so how about if somebody throws a motion together here, and we'll move on. Anybody have Dean, do you want to put a motion together since this was yours? Or Jeff, go ahead.
Yeah, I moved up. We set the date for the special town meeting on Saturday, September 19th, to start at 4 p.m.
Okay, do you have a second on that? Second. Was that Corey? All right. Any further?
Corey.
Okay. Any further discussions? Any remote participants wish to speak on this matter?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I got disconnected here accidentally.
Okay, so we have moved a motion for, and seconded, Dean, for September 19th at 4 o'clock.
Okay.
And I'm just asking for remote participants who wish to speak on the matter. Please speak up now.
Yes, Madam Chair, Elaine Gibbs.
Anybody else want to speak on this matter? Go ahead, Elaine.
Yes, this is more of a procedural question, and perhaps Selectman Castro can answer it because it came up at the FinCom meeting this morning. In terms of the moderator having the ability to postpone the annual town meeting on June 22nd in the event, things aren't going well and there's a question about whether people should be gathered. Can he postpone that meeting any time leading up to it, or do we actually have to have a town meeting and he postpones it at the town meeting?
No, I think he can postpone it any time leading up to it. I don't profess to be an expert on it because it's all in this new statute. I looked at it quickly the other day, and I didn't get the impression that you had to convene first. One thing he could do if you did convene first and he decided he wanted to recess the meeting, that meeting could be recessed to a date certain, not to a special town meeting, but to the same town meeting, but a second day. And that could be any day that the body decides to do. And any articles that are on there would stay viable until that second day. But I don't think I don't want to give you a definitive answer, but I think he can do it anytime leading up to it. I did have a brief conversation with him about this a couple of weeks ago, and that didn't come up, but that's how I think it would work, Elaine.
Thank you. If there's any way to find that out, because my concern is, certainly if the curve hasn't flattened, I don't want people to have to make a choice as to whether or not they can vote versus being concerned about being in, even if it's in an open field. And maybe town council or someone can weigh in that, or Bill, because it would kind of defeat the whole purpose if we all had to show up and then have it convened.
I agree with that. We could get that answered through Jill and town council. And I think Jill, it doesn't officially go over to the moderator until the warrant is actually posted. Is that correct, Jill?
That is correct. The warrant has to be posted.
It's still technically in our hands.
Yes.
Okay, well, thank you very much. If we could just get an answer on that, that would be super.
Okay, we ready for a vote? Selectman Kokolas,
Aye.
Selectman Nacastro,
Aye.
Selectman Metters,
Aye.
Selectman Dykens.
Aye.
The chair says aye. Okay. All right, great. Thank you, everyone, on that matter. Okay, now we are moving on to our joint meeting with the Board of Health. We will have, first off, a coronavirus update from Director of Health and Natural Resources, Dr. Duncanson, and Town Manager Jill Goldsmith. So I believe Dr. Duncanson, if you're on, you're on.
Yeah, good evening, Shireen, members of the board, and folks at home. So here's our quick update. It's not going to be as much as I thought it was originally going to be, because we were lucky to have Representative Peake and Senator Sear on, and they covered a large number of the items that took place earlier today during the governor's announcement of our phased reopening and what's involved in phase one, some of which started today and some of which, much more of which will start next Monday. So just a quick recap of where we are with the numbers right now. Worldwide, we currently have 4,775,000 cases. There's been 317,000 deaths. In the US, we have a little over 1.5 million cases. The US continues to have about 25% roughly of the worldwide cases. Right now, we have roughly 90,200 deaths in the US. So unfortunately, we are rapidly approaching that 100,000 mark, which is never a good sign. In Massachusetts, today's numbers just came out. We are at 87,052 cases in Massachusetts, and we are at 5,862 deaths, unfortunately. For Barnstable County alone, we currently have 1,155 cases, which is up 5 cases from yesterday. And we currently have 95 deaths in Barnstable County, which unfortunately is up 2 deaths since yesterday's report. In Chatham, we are currently holding at 14 cases based on laboratory confirmation. And earlier this weekend, we reported the first death in Chatham of a Chatham resident, which we are aware of. And we again extend our condolences out to that family. And in practice, with public health requirements, we will not be releasing any further information with regard to that. As I said, there was a lot of activity today with the governor announcing what's going on in phase one, and which kicks in today and starting next week. And as Sarah Peake and Representative Sear indicated, these phases are going to be roughly 3 weeks in length. So we won't expect to see anything coming out of phase two until probably the midpoint in June, if you will. or maybe a little bit earlier than that, depending on how the caseload continues to go. Massachusetts continues to see drops in a number of the critical indicators that are being used for the reopening. And in Barnstable County, we continue to do a great job at flattening the curve. The slope on our curve is significantly different than what we've seen for the Commonwealth as a whole, and frankly, for what we've seen in other parts in the country and the world. So with that, and given the fact that we already touched on a lot of the things that are new, I won't take up any more of folks' time, and I'll turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Bob, any questions for Dr. Duncanson? Peter?
No, Madam Chair.
Dean?
No, Madam Chair.
Corey?
Not at this time, no.
Okay, and Jeff?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Dr. Bob. I have two. If I'm either symptomatic or asymptomatic, is there guidance out on our website for the town where I might get tested or for testing, whether I have insurance or not? First question. Second question is, for the 14 cases in Chatham and the death, are we comfortable, again, I've asked this before, are we comfortable that the VNA is doing the kind of tracing that we're comfortable with and they're doing a good job? And those are my two questions. Thank you. Testing and tracing.
Yep. With regard to the testing question, there is information up on our website regarding testing. As many folks probably heard, CVS over the weekend opened up a number of new testing facilities. Unfortunately, none of those are on the Cape, but we still have the Barnstable County testing facility over at Four Seas, as well as testing at Falmouth and Cape Cod Hospital and a number of the other health services on the Cape. Again, most of these are still by doctor order only, or at least by reservation. And the governor did discuss those issues today earlier on the conference call or on his update, that Massachusetts is not ready to go to kind of widespread random testing as of yet. Some communities are doing that, but right now there's no real good spot on the Cape to make that happen because of limited materials and supplies and whatnot. With regard to your second question regarding contact tracing, yes, we are confident that the VNA is doing a good job on contact tracing. As everybody's well aware, or at least hopefully they are, Massachusetts has the Community Tracing Collaborative, the CTC, and they are now working with VNA and others in pretty much all communities Commonwealth-wide to beef up the tracing, because that becomes more and more critical as we open up, so that if we do have any hotspots show up, they can be addressed in a rapid manner. So yes, I think as the governor has stated and we've seen in practice, the tracing is much improved. And I don't mean that just because of VNA, but I mean that across the Commonwealth. The model in Massachusetts, frankly, being held up as a model for the entire country of how to do contact tracing and what it takes to get that in place, and the resources, both in personnel and finances, that it takes to do that in a comprehensive fashion. So yes, I think we're doing a very good job with the contact tracing.
Dr. Bob, I saw on the governor's website that he was announcing that there were certain area code numbers that people should look out for if that people would be part of the contact tracing. And I think it was area code 833 and area code 857 were, I'm not sure if you have that information or not, but it was look out for those numbers and answer the phone if that's true. Because I don't think that they leave messages per se, but I just wanted to make a note of that's what I had heard.
Yes, that's true. We do have that information up on the website, as well as we've also put that information up on Channel 18, so that if folks do see a phone number they don't recognize from either of those two area codes, yes, please answer that call, because that will be a contract tracer. I understand that some people may be reluctant to answer those calls because If you turn out to be a close contact to somebody who's tested positive for COVID-19, more than likely you will have to go into isolation for, a period of time. So, that's why people have been reluctant to take those calls. But, now that things are reopening, it's even more critical than ever to take those calls. Yes, it may impact you as an individual, but, that's the only way we're going to get this thing under control and then keep it under control.
Thanks, Bob. Any more questions from my board?
Thank you.
No, Chairman Beckley, I'm turning it over to you for questions from your board.
Okay. Does any of the Board of Health members want to ask Dr. Bob any questions? Dr. Noble Hanson, would you?
Dr. Duncanson answered my question. How does a person get tested now, and it's still by doctor's order?
Right. Dr. Alan Ward, any questions for Dr. Duncanson?
No questions.
Ed Sheehan, any questions for Dr. Duncanson? Ed Sheehan, any questions for Dr. Duncanson? You got to unmute. Ron Broman, any questions for Dr. Duncanson?
No, just a comment. I think Dr. Bob is doing an excellent job because every day there's some 2 or 3 things put out by him, like keeping us informed. So I just think he should be commended for what he's doing.
I would certainly agree with that. Ed Sheehan. All right, I do not have any questions for Dr. Duncanson, so I think we can move on.
Okay, thank you very much. I just ask that everybody please mute their phones again, please. All right. Anybody, remote participants wish to ask Dr. Duncanson a question?
Elaine Gibbs.
Anybody else? Okay, Elaine, go ahead.
This is just a comment about testing. I don't know if a lot of people know it. I did mention it to the Board of Health that you can go to the urgent care in Dennis and get an antibody test. You have to pay for it yourself. I had it done. I wanted to know if I had been exposed. And so I found it valuable for myself to know that I wasn't, because then, I think the protocols I follow are different than if I had had it. So for anyone who is interested in taking that step, I just wanted them to know it's available. And there may be other sites opening up where they're doing the antibody testing. Again, you have to pay for it. It's probably $100 to $125 a person. But, particularly if you're going to be visiting family, I think it's a good thing to know. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Dr. Duncanson. Our next update is from Town Manager Jill Goldsmith.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So as we're working towards or within our new normalcy, we remain on the status quo for critical services and staffing directive through June 1st. We have our own internal reopening team and plans as we work through trying to have and provide a safe workplace for our workers and for the public to enter. So we remain on critical staffing through June 1st, and that means that town offices are closed to the public until June 1st. And before then, I'll make a determination to see where we are with our various workforce improvements. We've had surveys of departments of what they need for structural improvements and modifications, as well as PPE. And we'll continue to provide PPE, protective equipment, to our workforce, and also have some available for the public when they do report or come to town offices once they're open. So we're just working on ways to make sure that people queue safely and that employees can work within their offices safely and continue to provide the same level of services that I think we've been providing and done a really great job for the public, where some people might not even know that there's been remote staffing or rotational staffing. So again, just trying to get our own house in order. And we've been talking about this for a little while, and with the governor's orders today, it gives us some clarity. So that's it for me.
Thank you, Jill. I'm going to ask my board if they have any questions for Jill. Peter,
No, Madam Chair.
Dean,
No, Madam Chair.
Lori,
No, all set.
Jeff.
No, thank you.
John Beckley, do you have any questions and you want to pull your group as well?
Okay, I do not have any questions. Dr. Noble Hanson, do you have any questions for Jill?
No, I'm fine.
Dr. Alan Ward, any questions? Ed Sheehan, do you have any questions for Jill? Ron Broman, any questions for Jill?
No.
No.
Okay, I don't think we have any questions from the board, Shireen, at this time.
Great, thank you.
Okay, I had to jump off for a second. Sorry about that. Are you all set, John?
I believe so.
Okay, thanks. Sorry about that, folks.
Why don't we move to item D as in David A, which is a Board of Health vote to designate members of the Chatham Police Department.
John, as a matter of process, I need to ask the remote participants if they have any questions for the town manager.
Pardon me.
That's no worries. Don't worry about it. Do the remote participants have any questions for the town manager? Okay, proceed. Thanks.
Okay, moving on to section DA. This is relating to the fact that most of the COVID-19 executive orders issued by Governor Baker references local boards of health as having enforcement authority. And this proposed vote is designed to assure that in our town that we have dutifully authorized and named as agents our Chatham Police Department to assist with any enforcement if it becomes necessary. So Judy, can you read the wording of the vote that we're proposing to bring to the Board of Health tonight?
Sure. So this was at the advice of town council that we do this, just to make it perfectly clear that the police are able to enforce any COVID orders that are in place. So the wording he recommended was to designate members of the Chatham Police Department as agents of the Board of Health for purposes of enforcing the provisions of COVID-19 executive orders adopted by the governor and guidances adopted in furtherance thereof by the Commissioner of Public Health. And we may want to add to that and any subsequent emergency orders made by the Board of Health.
I think that makes sense.
So such a vote would provide clear and unambiguous authority for the police department to undertake enforcement action.
Can I open this for discussion among the Board of Health members and by extension, any Board of Selectmen who would like to comment as well? Why don't I start with the Board of Health members? Dr. Hanson, any comments on this proposal?
Yeah, this is Dr. Hanson. I would ask Judy, has the Chief Paulina been, has this been discussed with him? Is he on board with this? Is this something that he feels is appropriate from his standpoint?
Dr. Bob, you were going to discuss this with him, or he was going to possibly be on the call tonight? Were you able to do that?
Yeah, it's Bob. Yes, this was yes, the police chief and I have talked about this. In fact, he was the one that originally brought it up because the governor's guidance on the wearing of face masks actually alluded to the fact that the police departments were there to assist the Board of Health. It used the word assist. It didn't say we're the primary in terms of enforcement. So he contacted me and we talked about it. He had the concern that because it didn't specifically indicate the police department was involved in enforcement. He thought that making this action might be plausible. And I subsequently followed up with town council, and he recommended, he and I both read the governor's order the same way, that the way it was worded, it provided the police department the authority to assist the Board of Health in enforcing the regulations or enforcing the order. But having the board take this actual vote just cleared up any potential ambiguity. And so, yes, I did have a conversation with the police chief about it.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is Noble again. So does that mean if a shopkeeper had, it's unlikely, but had a problem that was severe in the shop, that they could call a police officer and they would respond?
The way the governor's order is worded is it puts the primary authority for enforcement with the local Board of Health and their agents. And it talks about the police departments, either local municipal officers or state police assisting in that vein. But this would basically, in this case, you would basically indicate that members of the police department were in fact agents for the Board of Health. So somebody could contact the police directly and would help streamline that process. But I suspect most people are going to go ahead, they're going to call the Board of Health and ask for assistance in dealing with the issue. And then if we get there and can take care of the situation without any assistance, we would obviously do so. But if the the situation escalated, then we would be able to call the police department in for their assistance as needed.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
Okay.
Dr. Alan Ward, any comments on the proposed vote? Dr. Ward is still here. Ed Sheeran. Ed, are you on the call?
Anybody who can't get in, if you do *1, you should be able to unmute your phone. That would be
Hi, this is
*1.
Ryan. It's *6.
Oh, sorry, *6.
*6. One, two, three. Ron Broman, do you have any comments on our proposal?
I have one question. Hello?
Did you say no? No,
I have a question.
Okay, why don't you shoot?
Okay, as a member of the Board of Health, I mean, if I view something, is it my responsibility to call the police and report it as a member of the Board of Health?
It's not, this is Judy. You could, as a member of the Board of Health, speak to the person or the establishment yourself. The guidance from the state is that we do verbal warnings at first, and then move on to more aggressive warnings and then fines. So you could call the health department if you're uncomfortable reacting to it yourself, or you could call the police based on this order.
Okay, that's all. I mean, as a member of the Board of Health, I'd hate to see something going on and like turn my back and walk away of it. I mean, so thank you.
Yeah, Ron, the governor's the wording in the governor's actual order says the Department of Public Health, local boards of health, and authorized agents are authorized to enforce the order. So you, as a member of the Board of Health, would have the authority to actually act on it, as Judy said.
Well, that's a good clarification. This is John.
Can I bring up one quick thing?
Sure.
Years ago, the Board of Health all had Town of Chatham badges made up, and I still got mine. I was wondering if that's something that they should also have done, the new members.
We can work with that on that with the police department.
Yeah. Do you remember that, Judy, when we all have it done?
Yep.
It was
Yeah,
done in
and I think you brought it up before.
2010.
You need to go to the police department, so I'll have to check with them and see what the status is. So I'll get back to you on that.
Yeah, I think the other members should get them if they're going to be out there. Okay, thank you.
And what do the board members think about adding at the very end of this statement and any, what was the wording, Judy, and any locally adopted public health orders?
Any subsequent emergency orders made by the Board of Health.
Right.
So that would include the upcoming discussion we're going to have about wearing masks in downtown at all times.
Okay.
So anything that the board subsequently does as an emergency order, we could, the police would already be deputized as enforcement agents of the Board of Health.
I think that makes perfect sense. If you're going to do it completely at this point. How about, Sherry, do Board of Selectmen like to ask any questions about this?
Thank you, John. I guess I have a question about our role in the approval process of this. Obviously, it's the governor's mandating it, or it's an order from the governor. But policemen are town employees, Jill. Does that weigh any different authority on granting this to happen, or do we have to take any actions ourselves? Yes.
Madam Chair, no, I think because it was scheduled for the joint discussion, it satisfies my concerns as the appointing authority for all town employees to have this discussion in public when otherwise it would not be.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So I'm just going to, John, I'll pull my board and then send it back to you, if that's okay?
That's fine.
Okay. All right. I just want to hear how everybody's thoughts on this. Peter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a comment. If you read the regulation, and it's part of it's been talked about in other venues, there are really two exceptions to the mask part of this thing, and one has to do with people that have medical problems. And the way I understand it, at least what I've been seeing, there must be a feedback. What I've been seeing is that you cannot, if a person is not wearing a mask and they claim they have a medical problem, that's it. That's my understanding is that's as far as you can go. And the other one has to do with if you can maintain social distancing of 6 feet, then you really don't have to wear, you don't need the mask unless you're going to get in a position where you are. And I don't know if this, how the Board of Health feels about that. Personally, I just wear the mask, but if you start approaching people with something, you could get into an argument about, what is involved in or the medical problem and so forth. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dean.
Yeah, I mean, I think Peter's comments may have a even greater. I don't know what that is. It may have an even greater bearing on the next agenda item concerning the mask order. But on the central question here that the Board of Health has just proposed, which is the designation of the police, I'm okay with it. I'm always, as an attorney, I'm always particularly sensitive to civil liberties, and those need to be respected. But I read the advice, and I think it makes sense. He's basically saying, if the police are going to be out there doing these things, let's make sure they're protected legally. And I think he means liability. And I think he means liability for not just the individual police officer, but for the town. And I'm sure our police department will handle this in a very respectful manner. So I'm okay with what the board is proposing. Thank you.
Agreed. Corey, any thoughts?
I do have a couple thoughts. First, I'm just a little unsure of the expectations of if we do this, what are we expecting our officers to be doing? Because I think there might be they're the secondary wave. Our first contact is the Board of Health. Second is the a police officer. So when you have an issue with the Board of Health, you're going to, contact the Board of Health. They're going to review it. They're going to respond to it. There's a process in place. Completely understood. I think there's an expectation when you call the Chatham Police Department by some that there's always an immediate response to it because it's a situation that's escalated to some level. You have certain situations that need to be diffused right away. Not all the time, but I'm just throwing on different scenarios. So I guess I want to be crystal clear what we expect our police officers to be doing while they're on duty when it comes to these issues. So that I'm a little uncomfortable with that. And the second one goes back to the comment that Peter said about the in the memo here. And I'm just going to read the one line that I highlighted. It says a person who declines to wear a mask or cloth face covering because of a medical condition shall not be required to produce documentation verifying that condition. So you will have those, I hate to say this kind of stuff, that are just gonna not wear a mask because that's their choice, and state that they have a medical condition. They don't need to verify that, and that is all they need to do to bypass that concern. So, this is all serious stuff. Don't get me wrong. I just want to make sure we're looking at it at the right area. We dot our I's, cross our T's, and make sure what we want to do, we accomplish. So I'm just throwing this out for discussion.
Okay. I don't have those answers, but maybe the Board of Health, when we turn it back to them, can give us some more clarity on that. Jeff?
Okay.
Jeff, are you still there?
Yeah, sorry, I was
Okay.
on. Yeah, I'm attuned to any abridgment of civil liberties as well. Unfortunately, these are extraordinary times, and we have to take extraordinary measures. So I do think appointing the police as agents of the Board of Health is a good move. I share Selectman Metter's concern about the mechanics of how this is unrolled and implemented. I share his point about police are expected to show up immediately, and Board of Health probably if it's a Saturday, Monday morning. So mechanically, I'm not sure we've got the process down or a plan down for a complaint. And I think we need to do that. So if I'm a shop owner and people are not social distancing, I've asked them to do so, and they don't, what do you do? If the rule in my shop is to wear a mask and one doesn't, or people don't, what do I do? So I think we need to give our town some direction as to who you call, et cetera. And I think I lost you. I'm sorry.
You're still there. We hear
I
you.
lost you.
Nope, you're still here. Well, we hear you. Well, we're having a little technical difficulties tonight, which we haven't had before. So bear with us, folks. Okay, so I guess for me, I wrote down the same thing about what's the protocol. I'd really hate to see this turn into, people being upset about somebody not wearing a mask, and our police resources are overwhelmed by the public, calling about somebody not wearing a mask and having this expectation that the police would be right there. I think it should be clearly defined for the public, the resource information for the business owners and for the public in general. This is a really I'm really nervous about this as far as what everybody has said about the civil liberties side of it. I respect and understand our police department. I respect and understand the rules of law, and I'm not saying that they would that it would be something that would turn into something that we'd be concerned about. But I think we need to be mindful that this is an extraordinary step to take, and keep understanding that this is something extraordinary. I'm rambling, but I apologize. So I'm going to turn it back over to John so he can continue his comments and his discussion. Thank you, John.
Thank you. Judy, did you want to offer any response to some of the comments that the Board of Selectmen made?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I totally get the boards of selectmen's concerns about enforcement and the concerns of how we react to these things in the community. We did receive some guidance from the state today about moving forward in this reopening and how to enforce the issues. And basically, you know, the goal is to educate and promote compliance. So that would be our first goal. And again, we would try verbally to consult with people and redirect them. And also shopkeepers, they, you know, have the right to ask people to leave their shops if they're not masked. Again, that's the rule. We also have backup from the Division of Labor Standards, who are the other enforcement agents on this whole issue. So they will be following up on complaints as well. So that may be through the state, the division getting back to us to follow up, but they will be getting complaints directly as well. So I mean, I get it. It's tough, but we're hoping with a lot of education and soft guidance, we can get people to comply. And I think, you know, the large majority of people are going to comply. As far as the whole medical thing, you just have to take people at their word. If they say they can't wear a mask, there's not much we can do about that except to believe them. So that's all I can offer at this point.
Thank you, Judy.
John, can I say something, Ron Broman?
You sure can, Ron. Go.
Okay, I think that if a shop owner, someone comes in and he asks them to leave if they won't put a mask on, and the person becomes a little verbally belligerent or whatever, that the shop owner should call the police directly himself. I mean, to try to get a hold of the Board of Health, and by the time they get down, the guy, you know, could have done anything. So I think they should be able to call the police department directly, as any other citizen could do. If I had a problem in my yard, I could call the police, or certainly a shop owner should be able to. And the part about, you know, civil liberties and all that, you know, I'm a very liberal person, but we're talking about life and death to people. You know, I'm stuck home quite a bit because I have a blood condition that my wife is after me every time I go out. Wash your hands, do this, do that. And I think, you know, people have to be responsible for other people, you know, and that's the idea of a mask. You don't wear a mask. You do that to protect other people. And it's not to protect yourself, it's to protect other people. And I think, you know, this is an important thing. And, you know, civil liberties, well, it's tough. But I'm certainly thinking that, you know, we should enforce the mask in public places. So that's all I have to say.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, okay. This is Mark Paulina, Police Chief in Chatham.
Hello.
If I could just, hello. If I could just weigh in for a moment on some of this discussion.
Wonderful.
Sure. Yeah, so I think some of the concern I'm hearing is kind of two different things. One is the actual enforcement of the emergency conditions of, you know, wearing a mask, et cetera, the health part of it. And the other is the other item, I think the other piece of it is, if a shop owner or a business is having an issue or a problem with someone, then that becomes, in a sense, a separate matter. That, you know, if a person refuses to leave someone's business or is causing a disturbance, that now becomes a potential criminal matter that now has nothing to do with the mask per se. So I know it's kind of a fine line, but we're really talking two different things. If the shop owner is having a problem with somebody due to a disturbance or, something along that lines, then that's a different issue. And any call we get, of course, we would respond to it. All calls that we get, we weigh them in terms of priority and in terms of being overwhelmed with these types of calls. Again, we prioritize all calls for service. So I'm not too terribly concerned about that part. In terms of the actual health piece of this, being an agent of the Board of Health, the direction in terms of enforcement is very clear. It's step one is to inform and educate, which is what we would do if there's an issue. The next step is a verbal warning, and the next step after that is to go into more of a fine, the citation, with a fine. So in terms of enforcement, I'm much more along the lines of inform and educate. Our officers who I've already talked to about this are very much along the lines of they do not want to get into a big mess with citizens over some of these issues, and I can absolutely state that inform, educate, and warn where needed is going to be the approach with this from the police department. So, and in terms of people's civil rights, people's rights are always going to be respected no matter what the issue is, and that's pretty much the end of that. Doesn't matter whether it's a health issue, it doesn't matter whether it's a criminal issue or even a community policing issue. We're always going to be mindful of the people's civil rights. We're going to be mindful of respect to citizens in our community always. So I don't know if that helps, but that's just a quick kind of eyeball view of how we're looking at this.
John Beckley, thank you, Chief. That was a very good overview. That helped me too. Any questions for the Chief from Board of Health members or Board of Selectmen?
John, this is Shereen. Thanks for the clarity, Chief. I don't have any further questions.
Oh, I'm going to lose you again.
Any of my board members have any questions for Chief Halima? Okay.
I haven't heard any Board of Health members ask any questions so far. If not, I'd like to request a motion from a Board of Health member to approve the, well, first, why don't we ask Judy to read the motion from beginning to ending, so we know what we're voting on.
So the motion is to designate members of the Chatham Police Department as agents of the Board of Health for the purposes of enforcing the provisions of COVID-19 executive orders adopted by the governor and guidances adopted in furtherance thereof by the Commissioner of Public Health and any subsequent emergency orders made by the Board of Health.
Okay. Can I get a motion from a Board of Health member to approve this?
So moved that we approve. Alan?
Yep.
I heard Alan Ward. Did you make the motion?
Yes.
Okay, and Ron Broman seconded.
I guess I seconded it, yeah.
Further discussion about the motion? Shereen, do we invite any members of the public to weigh in if they have any comments or questions?
I think it's important in the process. That's my usual way to go ahead. So if you want to go ahead and ask the public for
Sure.
comment, I'll let you take that lead.
If there's anyone on the call who represents a member of the public and wishes to comment on this motion before we vote on it, please step forward now.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Elaine Gibbs.
Uh-huh.
Yes, I'm normally very strong on civil liberties, but because we're going to be getting an influx of tourists from all over the country, I'm very concerned about them not getting the message. A woman actually walked into the village market the other day with her hand over her mouth and thought that was good enough, which is of great concern since she was going to be touching produce. I was wondering if there's any way, we were talking about posting signs at all of the stores and establishments and saying masks are required. And if it said something like please take notice, I think that's the one thing that people understand, that it is enforceable. It doesn't have to say how. But that way it's not left up to, the manager or someone, somebody stocking the shelves to have to deal with it. That it's very clear that the shop owners have the authority to just call the police and make sure that that doesn't happen. If people think they're going to get fined, I think they're going to be paying more attention. So maybe that's something we can incorporate into the signs, because we are going to, the bridges are packed already and they're all out of state. And so we got to get the message out very clearly. And I'm not going to jump in later when you actually talk about specifics. I know you're going to be talking about masks on the street in certain areas, but I would hope you consider saying that everybody has to have something on them in town anywhere. I see on Stage Harbor out at the lighthouse, there are people out there, they don't have any masks, they don't have any scarves, they've got nothing. And they are going to encounter other people. So hopefully you'll put that in the equation when you're talking about, where masks are required. Thank you very much. I
Thank you.
appreciate all your efforts here. This is not an easy task.
Thank you, Elaine. Judy, do you want to comment for Elaine on what we've done as a board in terms of the posting requirements on the front doors?
Yes, we have required that all establishments post a sign saying that masks are required. It does not say please take notice on it. I mean, that they certainly could put that on their signs, and we could provide templates for that if they wish, but currently they are all posted.
John, can I comment on the signage issue? The governor's reopening website, mass.gov/reopening, has all kinds of tools for businesses, signage, protocols, and whatnot. I encourage the board to look at it, my board to look at it, and to local businesses to go there. It's directed based on industry. So if you're, and it has the 3-part recommendations on process, on, standards of practice, and also on signage and support materials. So check it out. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That's helpful.
Mr. Chair, Steve Buckley, I have a question first. Along the lines of what Madam Chair Davis said about signs and so forth. I haven't read everything, but I did catch that today in listening to the presentation by the governor and the lieutenant governor about stickers or signs or something that can show they're in compliance with the standards the new standards that there will be for various locations. The thing is, I guess, is that I expect that Judy Giorgio won't, or whoever is involved with the Board of Health, well, there's not enough people to go around and confirm, to inspect and see if indeed that poster or that seal on the front door of a restaurant or whatever is in fact the case, that there's markings on the floor or whatever it is. And I'm wondering, and I used to do health inspections in a previous life, but I'm available. I suspect there are other people in town who could be an auxiliary to be able to, if not do an official inspection, but at least do an initial look-see, or be a help as a volunteer in some way. And that's why with this motion before you now, I'm wondering, is there something in the law that allows the Board of Health to create agents that are not police, that are retired health inspectors, things like that? Is there some clarification on that?
John, in the state DPH call today about enforcement, they made it clear that we are not required to go around and check to make sure that everybody has done the certification for reopening. The checks will be complaint driven only. They know that the boards of health across the Commonwealth are not equipped to go out and enforce reopening guidelines. It's just impossible. So if we get complaints, we'll follow up. But, we're going to get the information out to everybody, all the businesses in town. And we're going to, have faith that they will do the right thing. And I think they will. From what I've been speaking to so many business owners in town, they want to do the right thing. So that's how we're going to move forward with that.
Chairman Beckley, I'm sorry. This
Yes.
is Dean Nicastro. May I make a comment?
Yep.
Yeah, I just, apropos of what Judy and Steve Buckley were just saying, I should think any shop owner would want affirmatively to post that on their window or front door, because I think that when customers are looking to go in prospectively, they're going to be feeling a little more reassured if they see that on the window, and not reassured if they see it somewhere else. I wanted just to address the signage thing. I'm not sure that I would agree with Ms. Gibbs' suggestion about police take notice. And I greatly respect what Mr. Broman said, but boards of health are accorded significant broad authority in emergencies under our state law, and I think our board has conducted itself quite credibly in that regard. I just don't want to give the impression that we're running a police state, and that's a kind of a harsh term, but we have plenty of examples in history where the wrong people have used, and I'm talking about historical people, have used emergencies and crises to stomp on personal liberties. And I totally agree with the designation, as I said earlier. I think it's the right thing to do. I think the average person shop owner is probably going to contact the police anyway, just as that example that Representative Fleet gave about what happened in Provincetown. I wasn't aware of that circumstance, but I understand the suggestion, but I'm not sure that I agree with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean.
If I could comment on that, Elaine Gibbs, when a woman, after 60 days of, unless she lives on Mars, not knowing that she needs a mask, walking into a grocery store with her hand over her mouth, clearly the only thing she's going to understand is that you can't do that. And the only thing she's going to understand is not, well, maybe you should, or maybe the Board of Health will take notice. I think that there are a certain element of people that need to know that they can be fined for doing that, particularly in a grocery store where there's food. I mean, I don't think that's imposing on her civil liberties. I think it is imposing on our civil liberties not to be infected. So I think that, we've had 2 or 3 months to see this, and there have been plenty of violations. And now we're going to have people coming in from all over the country. And we're not going to have time to educate that population. And I think a sign saying please take notice would go a long way to stop it from happening. Thank you.
If I could just add, I think the sign could include language that this is per order of the Board of Health, and that violations are subject to whatever the fine is, $300 fine. I would find that more reassuring, but I understand what you're saying. I totally agree with you about that circumstance. Horrified me too.
Yeah, this is Ron Broman. Can I just jump in? The sign that Judy did come up with, it says per order of the Chatham Board of Health. All persons entering this establishment are required to wear a mask or cloth face covering over their nose, mouth, in ordinance with the Massachusetts COVID 19 order number 31. So, I mean, it's pretty easy to read. It has a mask on it. So I think those are excellent for her that she's putting them out.
All right, good. This is good discussion. Thank you, everyone, for.
Yeah, John?
Anybody else?
Yeah, this is Noble, John.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I would be in favor of the mask poster, just saying Board of Health and leaving the police in the background, but just for the public say per order of Board of Health. I think has some authority and it's a lot more gentle way to do it.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, the sign that Judy has made up, it does not mention anything about the police on it.
Okay.
Yeah, John, it's Bob.
So,
yeah, the sign that we came up with about a week and a half ago in response when the board first discussed this, and the governor came out with his mandatory order. It references the governor's order and also the DPH guidance. It does not say anything about the police department because at that point, this issue was just going to be brought to the board. And I can't tell you that the day after we sent that out, I was out around town. And frankly, almost every establishment that was open at the time already had the sign in the window. So I think as some of the previous speakers mentioned, the business owners want to do what they need to do to get reopened and to make sure that their businesses are safe so that people will in fact come back and shop there.
Mm-hmm. Good point.
No, that sign was excellent. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, Steve Buckley, I didn't get an answer actually to the question that I asked, and just to repeat it, under this proposed, does the Board of Health have the authority to create agents that are besides the police if they deem it necessary?
I have no idea, Steve, about that question. That's a legal question,
Well,
and I
maybe
don't know.
does Judy know about that?
I don't know. I would have to check with town council. And then if we were going to be deputizing people, we'd have to work with the police department, I believe, and the town administration as special employees of the town. So that would be something we would have to look into. So we can look into it.
Okay. The other, and just to clarify that the lieutenant governor said today that they're also relying not just on the owners of businesses, but on the customers to report on the owners if they see something not right.
And the employees can.
And as well, yes. So there's that. So even an owner who innocently didn't appreciate that two tables were too close together or whatever, just what Mr. Dykens was saying earlier, that there needs to be a way for people to understand who to call, and maybe, as Mr. Nicastro said, if it's somebody less than the police, somebody showing up with a gun, that even with good community policing, the idea being that if there was something in between, and if the Board of Health gets overwhelmed, I'm just throwing out the idea that people like myself with a background in who used to walk around with inspecting facilities just like these, we're available, and if there's some way to take advantage of that legally, that would be a good thing. So that's just a thought. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Yeah, there's Mark Paulino, Police Chief in Chatham.
Yes.
Just a quick comment. The governor's order did specifically mention the police, and that's why I had the conversation with Dr. Duncanson about clarification of our role, was because the reference in the governor's order was for police departments as opposed to just members of the public being made agents. And again, I don't profess to have any absolute legal knowledge on that. I'm just indicating that the governor's order specifically mentioned police department, but the other issue as far as what the sign says, I think as long as the sign says it's per order of the Board of Health, because that's who is making the order, and that there's a $300 fine attached to it, I think that's sufficient. Again, our role as the police is just to assist the Board of Health. We'll obviously being named agents, but our role is really to assist the Board of Health with any issues of non-compliance. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. If there's no further questions, I'd like to call the question on the Board of Health motion that's been made and seconded. Can we, let's do a roll call on this. Judy read the motion a moment ago. Dr. Noble Hanson, are you in support of the motion as made and seconded?
I am in support.
Okay. Dr. Alan Ward,
Yes, I support it.
Ed Sheehan. Oh, we must have lost Ed. Ron Groman,
Yes.
and I vote yay as well. So we have 4 votes unanimously in support of the motion. So that's done. Good. The next issue on the agenda relates to a discussion that the Board of Health has been having in the past. We have not decided anything as of yet, but we've had this discussion about passing a local Board of Health order requiring the wearing of masks in downtown Chatham. And I'll request Judy to read the most current version of this that we've come up with.
Okay, so the governor's order only requires masks outside if you cannot maintain a social distance of 6 feet. So I'm going to just read a draft emergency order for discussion regarding downtown. So it's whereas the Board of Health is concerned that as summer approaches and visitors return to Chatham, the combination of large crowds and downtown's narrow roads and sidewalks will make it difficult to maintain social distancing as required by Governor Baker's face covering order dated May 1st, 2020. Now, therefore, the Board of Health adopts the following emergency order. Any member of the public utilizing Main Street from the Rotary to School Street between 9 a.m. and 9 p.m. must wear a face covering at all times over their nose and mouth and must exercise social distancing whenever possible. In accordance, Governor Baker's order dated May 1st, 2020, effective May 6th. Order requiring face coverings in public places where social distancing is not possible. Face coverings required by this order may be removed for the consumption of food and or drink only when the consumer is practicing appropriate social distancing from persons not of their immediate family unit. This order shall remain in effect until rescinded by the Board of Health.
So that's what we are reviewing and considering, and I would welcome any comments from either Board of Health members or Board of Selectmen.
Mr. Chairman, this is Peter.
Yes.
I generally agree with what you have there, with the exception that I mentioned before about medical conditions. And I don't know if you can require someone who has a medical condition to wear a mask. There are some valid reasons why people cannot wear masks with the certain medical conditions, but
They would not be bound by this if they claimed the medical exemption.
okay. Much as I don't like it, I agree. Yeah.
Is Mr.
Can I
Chairman?
say something?
Yes, sir.
Hello? Yeah, Ron Broman. This is, we had that same meeting this morning, and you cannot, if someone says they cannot wear a mask for medical reasons, there's nothing you can do. And if he lies to you, he lies to you. I mean, so if someone comes up and says, I cannot wear a mask for the medical conditions, you have to accept it as their truth.
Right.
So that definitely would be, I think any Board of Health member, and certainly the police officers know that also. So
Right.
I don't think that would be an issue.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
It's Dean Nicastro. I totally agree with that exception. Is the reason that you're interpreting your language to allow for that exception, merely the reference to the governor's order, which I think in the document that contains that exception, because it's not recited here, and I think perhaps that's the question that I gave some concern to Peter Rucolas a moment ago, if I may be so bold as to say that. But because it doesn't say that, but it does reference the governor's order, and as long as the board understands that and your agents understand that, including the police, then that's fine. And there are very legitimate reasons why some people cannot wear masks medically, and the wearing of the mask could be deleterious to that person. So anyway, I would assume, for example, the governor's order exempts children under 2, I think.
Correct.
That's so anything that's in the governor's order by way of an exception is incorporated into this by reference to the governor's order.
That would be my interpretation, Dean.
Okay, thank you, John.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
John, this is a Noble. I think that in the downtown, once the crowds come in, it's very, very difficult to social distance, and if it's discretionary to wear a mask, if you think you can't social distance, we know a number of people just don't wear a mask. So I think this is appropriate. There's a precedent for it in Provincetown. They're doing that in their downtown. So we're not the first town that's doing this. And I think it will make people feel safer when the shops begin to open downtown. They'll need a mask to go inside or to go inside. And I think that people are ready for it. I don't think most people will think it's an onerous thing to be asked to wear a mask downtown. That was the thinking behind it on my part.
Very good, Noble. More comments?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Yes, thanks, John. This is Jeff Dykens. So do I understand that this to read that you wear a mask whether you can social distance or not? So
Yes.
masks are required downtown at all times.
Correct.
So, whether, yeah, okay.
We're
Right,
taking,
yeah,
we're taking
and
away-
why? Well, why did you pick School Street to end this?
Judy, was that?
Yeah.
John, it's Bob. Yeah, we picked School Street only because we thought Shore Road was a little too far. Because once you get up towards that end of Main Street, it's more residential as opposed to the business area. We also looked at the town property at where the Eldridge Garage was, but then we wouldn't include the Cranberry Inn. So we just tried to pick a place that was easily, that everybody could easily figure out, and School Street kind of ended up being the spot.
Yeah. So if I'm walking and it's 9:30 in the morning and I'm coming down from Shore Road into downtown, I'm socially distant. I don't have a mask on, but when I get to School Street, I put a mask on.
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then what about Lighthouse Beach?
Lighthouse Beach right now would not be covered under this order. I think there's going to be more discussion around Lighthouse Beach on your meeting on the 27th, because, the state's just come out today with additional guidance and whatnot on beaches and how to deal with those going forward this summer.
Okay.
Mr.
Thank you.
Chairman,
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, John? I think you're muted.
I have, somehow my mute went on, sorry about that.
So this opens up a whole other, thank you. This opens up a whole nother a conversation here about other congested areas. The Fish Pier, Lighthouse Beach, what about marinas where people are putting boats in? There's a lot of congested areas that we should be, or should be thinking and considering whether you're going to implement this kind of protocol. It's, you know, we've got a small town and we have a downtown, a walking downtown. A lot of towns don't have this. And I know that this is not, you know, consistent with other towns. And it is I'm in agreement with it as far as downtown is concerned. But I encourage you to start thinking about other congested areas and whether it's feasible to do this, it's enforceable if the resources are there, or do we just simply rely on the idea of people doing the right thing, protecting other people by masking themselves and taking social responsibility?
Thank you.
John?
We can always come back and extend this if need be to address other locations. Noble?
Yeah, John, I was saying the same thing. Basically, I agree with what Shireen said. I think we thought that this would be the most congested area and it would be the place to start, and then would be one of these things that you monitor ongoing, and you may have to extend it down. I mean, there's the Chatham Market, you know, the Red Nun, the Fish Pier, the Lighthouse Beach parking lot, the stairway. So, but this would be a start. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, John, it's Bob.
Yep.
Yeah, Shireen, just for your information, we did have some language in an earlier version today that broadened it without specifying where it would be. And we ran that by town council and he felt it was a little too ambiguous. So his suggestion was to go ahead and start here. And if some of these other areas become problematic, the Board of Health could certainly just fairly quickly amend the regulation or amend the order to include additional areas. But he felt leaving it ambiguous would be potentially problematic. So that was his recommendation. So we ended up taking that additional sentence out.
Okay, thank you, Bob.
Mr. Chairman, this is Mr. Dykens again, Jeff Dykens. I agree with Shireen Davis's comments about other congested areas in town. I would submit that maybe the Board of Health ought to think about those sooner rather than later, so that if there's guidance to get out there, we get it out there sooner before we get overrun with folks. So that's my 2 cents. I agree with Lighthouse Beach. I agree with the Fish Pier. You've got, you know, a whole bunch of other areas that we need to consider. Town landings, etc. So anyway, sooner the better, I think, before we get the crush of people. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, it's Dean Nicastro again. I agree with my colleagues that you should consider those other areas, but it's almost beginning to sound like we're going to mandate the whole town. And I do think we want to be careful about that. But I do want to say I thoroughly agree with the proposal that's before you. I think there was a motion for it, maybe not. It's the right thing to do, and I hope you voted tonight because we've got Memorial Day weekend coming up, and I think to have this in place downtown is the right step. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this is Mr. Dykens again, and I do agree with that last statement. I'm very much in favor of this for downtown. Thank you. Very much in favor.
Mr. Chairman, Ron Bowman, can we move to vote?
Excuse me, are you on public comment at this time?
Yeah, I'm just asking for move the vote. I think we've lost some of the people.
May I suggest the vice chairman take over the meeting until John gets back?
I'm back. What happens is that my thing goes on mute when I didn't touch it. So, okay, I'm back now. Can I get a motion from a Board of Health member to approve this?
Well, are you allowing public comment at this time?
We can, yes, certainly. Please.
Sure. My name is Brian Vocal. I have a business downtown. And so I can certainly understand everyone's concerns. I do think mandatory enforcement during these set times is an overreach. I think that, we obviously are going to, experience an influx of crowds, but I do think that if social distancing is maintained, that people should feel comfortable enough not feeling as if they have to wear a mask. If you do decide to enforce this, I think you have to also consider young children as being something that you'll change as per the mandate of the governor. The governor is saying that the age is 2. I have a 3.5-year-old daughter. To have her stroll Main Street with a mask on for that entire duration would be very difficult. I think you really have to consider that the people coming downtown are families. And young children, it's hard enough getting them to wear a mask. And my daughter's great with it, but in short periods. She understands, that there's a cold and what's going on. But if we want people to walk from the Rotary down to all the shops and for them to participate in a meaningful summer on Main Street, having kids being forced at a young age to wear a mask that entire time is just not feasible as a dad.
Okay,
Elaine Gibbs.
thank you, Brian. Yes, Elaine.
Yes, just one comment. I agree with Selectman Dykens that sooner rather than later, I would prefer to put in regulations and then loosen them up rather than the reverse, because we're not going to have a lot of time once the onslaught comes. I think there could be 2 prongs. One is, in the highly congested areas, you have to wear a mask if you can't socially distance. But the other one is that for the rest of town, you have to have one on your person in the event you bump into people. The community center parking lot, as an example, is not within this, but you could have 50 people walking out together, all different families. They can't socially distance. And it sort of defeats the whole purpose of what we're trying to do, which is to, flatten the curve. And people are coming in from all parts of the country. Some are coming from places that, New York, that have really high infection rates. And, I think we can't be concerned about being politically correct or being concerned that tourists, will be offended. This is going on all over the country. And to take the lead from the governor, 90% of Massachusetts is not a tourist area, nor is it on the ocean. We've kind of got it all. We're going to get the greatest influx outside of maybe Boston in terms of tourism. And we have to be prepared. It's Memorial Day, but 4 weeks later, it's July 4th. So I would hope that I've seen too many people just on the streets. They don't have scarves. They don't have masks. They're stopping, they're talking to people. And I just think if everyone knows they should have one on them, then all of this becomes moot. If they're within 6 feet, they'll put it on. And I think it's a lot simpler.
Thank you. Any other comment?
Yes, Steve Buckley, I have a comment.
Yes, Steve.
Perhaps in this experiment that if there were people at either end of the Rotary and down to School Street, if there were people at those entrances, I realize there are other places that people might be, where somebody or somehow, I'm just throwing this out for, it doesn't have to be voted on or anything like that, ambassadors or helpers or volunteers that could be handing out masks. And even though we did buy some, my wife bought some from Mahi Gold, that might be on the high end of mask things. So anyway, but the cheap version, something for people who are unaware from another state and say, hi, would you like to have a mask? Not telling people you can't go there without a mask, just saying free masks, and when you say free, it's, at least they could put it around their neck. And the other part is that with the one thought about people who don't want to wear a or have a medical condition, if there was something even like a little sticker, they say, okay, I have a medical condition. Oh, well, here's a sticker, and then people will know. Maybe it's a mask with a line crossed through it or something, or a red cross. That way, it will show that they're pronouncing themselves as not wanting or not having to wear a mask because of that, and then there wouldn't be a misunderstandings as people are walking around. So that's just a thought.
Those are both good thoughts, and I have to confess that I had the same thought as you in regard to handing out free masks to people who want to come to downtown Chatham and didn't know about the mandate and want to still come down and shop. It would be a goodwill gesture and send the right signals for them to be given one. I haven't had a chance to really float that idea, but we certainly will try. And I like the medical exemption sticker would then identify for anybody viewing that person that so they don't get all the dirty looks.
Some of them August 9th.
But thank you for that. Thank you for those comments.
Hey, John, it's Bob.
Yes.
Yeah, just two things. I'm not sure the sticker idea will fly because then you're singling out a certain segment of the population. So legally, I'm not sure we'd be able to do that. With regard to giving out masks, I don't think that's a bad idea. But given the fact that, masks they cost money and they're tough to get.
Yep.
I think we'd have to look into that. Maybe it's something we could partner or the Chamber of Commerce or the downtown merchants or something could do.
Yep.
But anyway, I'm not saying it's necessarily a bad idea. I'm just thinking logistically, I'm not sure it's absolutely something we could get in place, say, for this upcoming weekend. So I just want to be aware of that.
Thank you. I agree with that, but it's an interesting idea to explore. It would be a win-win. Okay. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Did we get a second on that back when? It's been a while. I think we did.
Noble, I'll second it.
Okay. Are we ready to vote on this as the local Board of Health? I think we've certainly heard a lot of comments. I know we've been considering it for some time. I'd like to call the vote. Dr. Noble Hanson, are you in favor of this order?
Yes, in favor.
Dr. Alan Ward, are you in favor or against?
In favor.
Ron Broman?
Yes.
And I'm in favor. So the order has been approved 4-0. And I thank you all for that. And I thank all the other input. Very interesting.
Chairman, you want me to take the next
Yeah.
order of business? Okay.
Yes, please.
The next order of business is the Board of Health, Board of Selectmen, COVID-19 directives discussion, the governor's order. The first item is the Cape Cod Regional Reopening Task Force update. We had a bit of that from Selectman Sears and Sarah Peak, and I'm not going to reiterate a lot of it. I just want to say that it's an advisory committee that was organized by Senator Sears. And one of the things is to fast track assisting businesses and providing tools and guidance for the best practices, expertise in what they'll need and require to do. And that's happened with coming out of the governor's mandate this afternoon on his reopening. We have provided a lot of feedback there. The second track is to assist the Cape and Islands towns in providing us, the officials and local decision makers, with resource and support to create some level of uniformity and strengthen policy There's going to be some signage and things that are being recommended by this that will come down from the governor's committee and will be resourced on the governor's website for signage and language that could be helpful for us going forward. Again, the other piece is the idea of streamlining universal messaging so that it's consistent town by town. But a lot of this is coming from the ground up. It's being pulled by industry sector, feeding, with feedback to this advisory group, and with conversations like we had today with Senator Sears and Rep. Pete. So this task force will continue. I don't know to date specific, but I've been serving and attending meetings for an hour and a half on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So it moves forward with information gathering and sharing. I'll take, if anybody has any questions for me, I'll take those.
This is Steve Buckley. I have a question.
Yes.
Earlier, I had asked about the whether or not it was the fact that it's not a public body. It has no official authority, and certainly anybody who wants to be a facilitator, they can. And senators, whether you're a state senator or a state representative or none of the above. So this, but I looked on his website just now. You referred, to Senator Sears' website, and all it is an email address. It's a press release with an email address.
Yes.
So,
the email is, I think there's a Google form there for people to weigh in if they have any feedback that they want to give to the board. It's on our website too. It's a long Google form email. I wish it was easier.
Right.
But it's to be able to, for the public to be able to provide information and feedback into the process here. So
right,
again, it's advisory, Stephen.
Okay, and the thing is, but it's portrayed and it's being said that these are public comments. And when somebody says public comments, that means that it's certainly infers that this is a government entity and they're receiving public comments. And the comments are not, they might be coming from the public, but that infers that it's a government agency. But they're not even public comments, because if they were public, we'd be able to see them. Just like the comments that we made during the forum last week. Those were, everybody heard them.
Okay.
So I'm just pointing out that that it needs to be clear that they have no authority to do any coordination, and it's not a government agency. So as far as I'm concerned, legally, the only authority is from the governor down to us. And if they want to facilitate in between, then fine. But we don't have to listen. The town doesn't have to listen to doesn't have to listen. They can.
So to clarify, and I think that if you have an issue, you should reach out to Senator Sears about it. There is no authority here that's going down to anybody. This is simply advisory information that will be available. The governor has taken some of that and put it into some official and parts of his website. But again, there's nothing here that, again, most of the stuff that the governor is doing himself is advisory at best. So, so just to be clear, you're absolutely right. But this is something that I feel it's important to weigh in on and give a voice to the process. And I'm happy to hear anybody's comments on it, including yours, as to what you think could be some of the solutions to some of the challenges that we're facing here during this process. So appreciate that, Stephen. You're always a good voice of clarity when it comes to proper public process. Is there any other questions?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
It's Dean. I just had a question. I had an inquiry from a proprietor of one of the restaurants downtown, and I'm planning on following up with a telephone conversation, who has some ideas about reopening for the restaurant industry. Given what Sarah Peak said earlier about there being a hospitality and restaurant subgroup to Senator Sears' task force, would it be appropriate to refer him as well to that body through you, I guess?
Yeah, of course. And I'll make sure that he gets directed into the proper channels.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions? For any questions from my board? Any questions from the Board of Health? Okay, hearing none. Any other questions from the remote participants? All right, so let's move on. The next order of business is the Memorial Day commemorated virtually in Chatham. Staff has been working on this project, knowing that crowd gathering wasn't a possibility, that the community center was closed. So Jill has directed town staff to work on a virtual event, and it's been coordinated by Shauna, well, with the ceremonies committee, but with Shauna and the team from Channel 18. And I guess, I don't know, Jill, do you want to give us an update as to what we're to expect for our May 25th virtual town Memorial Day ceremony?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chairman. So we had not officially canceled anything, and we had some inquiries. So considering that we were still under the stay-at-home order and in light of the governor's directive today, we wanted to still have a community celebration. And Channel 18 has some really great footage of events in the past, and those events have been very interesting and inclusive. So we decided that we would move forward with a virtual event. And thanks to Rob Franz for helping to coordinate this as well. So in the packet is the press release on the event. And we're hoping that everyone can celebrate and commemorate in their own way. I know that there's some suggestions to decorate your door or decorate your window with a American flag, or any way that anyone wants to show their spirit for what we're going through, and then also just to remember and memorial our veterans as well. So this is basically it. It's sort of just where we first had the procession, we went to all the monuments, which I think was really great, and we have a lot of great video footage. And then it became a weather event, so we had it inside the community center, and now going virtual. I don't think it's that surprising, but I think that the feel and tone of the event will still have its special place for our community.
Well, Channel 18 is very clever and creative, so I'm looking forward to watching it myself. I know they did film the Selectmen for part of the ceremony, so it should be fun and inclusive. And I just want to know if my board has any questions for Jill on this, or any comments. Peter, you are a veteran. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I don't have any questions. I think it's a great idea. And I appreciate the fact that they brought the selectmen in there, and I'm looking forward to it too. I believe the guys at Channel 18 do a super job. Now all we got to do is get them HD stuff, right? Take care.
Selectman DeCastro.
I'll just echo what Peter said. I think it's a terrific idea. I commend everybody that worked on it, and look forward to watching it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Corey?
No, I'm looking forward to Monday.
Okay, great. Jeff?
Great idea. Thank you, Jill, Channel 18, anybody that helped organize it. Great idea.
I think one of the positive things that are coming out of this event is the way that people are thinking differently and being creative about their approach to like our virtual meetings, and obviously the Memorial Day celebration. And we'll have more discussion about celebrations down the agenda. Are there any questions from or comments from the Board of Health or from the remote participants?
I don't have any. John Beckley, any Board of Health members have? I don't hear anyone.
Okay,
would-
thank you, Chairman Beckley. I didn't hear anybody. Anybody from the remote participants? Okay, hearing none. We'll move on to the next item. And it's the golf course provisional operating requirements. Apparently, the governor's order issued allowing golf courses to reopen last week. Nobody got a real heads up that it was going to happen, but I guess the way that our contracting company does business isn't the same as what the governor ordered. So Jill, do you want to speak to this and give us a little overview of what we need to do here?
Essentially, we were able to act quickly with Johnson Golf to get the course opened and meeting the criteria that was established. But one of the items are tee time reservations. And the Golf Advisory Committee of the past, when we negotiated the contract with Johnson Golf, they specifically did not want tee time reservations. So it's now a requirement, and we thought it's important to bring this to the public venue and for the board to endorse this so that Johnson Golf isn't perceived to be in violation of their contract.
Okay, that's great. Thank you for the clarification on that. Do we
Madam
have
Chair.
any discussion or motion at this point?
Madam
ahead,
Chair,
Jeff.
I'd like to make a motion. I move to endorse the use of an advanced tee time reservation system at Seaside Links Municipal Golf Course until such time as COVID-19 protocols are removed. I use the system. It's working pretty well. Johnson Golf Management did a good job turning it around very quickly.
Great, thanks. Second?
Second, Peter.
Everybody second. That's great. I'm going to say that Peter second. Any further comment from the board?
Madam Chair, I just want to compliment I wasn't over there. I know Jeff at golf, but I want to compliment Johnson Golf for addressing this so quickly and working with the town manager and others to get this done. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other further comments from the board before
They did a good job. They did a good job. Yeah.
Yeah, good. Any comments from or questions from the Board of Health?
They all have to pat each other.
I'm going to ask whoever to please mute themselves. We are hearing some feedback. Any comments from the remote participants? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to poll the Board of Selectmen. Selectman Collis.
Aye.
Selectman Nacastro.
Aye.
Selectman Metters.
Aye.
Selectman Dykens.
Aye.
And the chair says aye. Motion moves 5-0. Okay, thank you very much. We're going to move down the line here. The next order of business is the directive for regulatory and non-regulatory town boards, commissions, and committees meetings effective March 12th. The town of Chatham canceled all advisory committee meetings until further notice. That went out, as I said, the 12th. So Jill, do you want to move? Do you have any comments on this, or should I just continue?
Madam Chair, so what we've done every time the governor's directive or order has expired, we've brought this back to the board for consideration. So it's still in place. As I mentioned before, we're still working on our reopening plan and providing, I guess, workplace modifications so that staff can come back. But also at this time, we don't have in-person meetings available for the self-service rooms, and as well as the board continues to meet virtually. So right now, it's up to the board if you want to open it up to allow for committees to meet again. I just want to caution you that we are still on some limited staffing, but I understand there's some committees that had wanted to meet in preparation for town meeting. And then there's a committee, the Human Services Committee. I may need them to meet just to go over some provisions for the child care voucher program. So some work needs to be done, but it's due to the, sort of the COVID emergency and then the postponement of our town meeting to June 22nd and them to conduct business.
Thank you. I've heard the same thing. I've heard from some of the committees that have to deal with some crowd gathering. Aunt Lydia's Cove Committee wanted to start to discuss other business opportunities for fishermen at the fish pier, as well as talk about the facility itself. I imagine the rec department is going to want to have some weigh-in or about the beaches and parks this summer. Aside from what kind of mandates are going on, and I'm concerned that we don't if we don't address some of the things, or maybe we take them on to address outside of the committee or not. But I think we need to discuss whether we take it agenda by agenda to see if it's feasible for some for a committee to meet, or just prioritize which ones are important to meet, or not do anything for the time being. So I'm just opening that up to my board for discussion. And I'll start with Corey. Go ahead.
Thank you. No, I mean, I'll speak for the communities that I'm a liaison to. I think it's important that we allow them to start meeting. I know Park and Rec especially is eager to meet. They have a lot of concerns. I mean, we made a decision on the golf course, but I'm sure the golf course advisory committee would like to meet. And I certainly know, you know, we may be taking action before they're allowed to meet, but I spoke with the chairman of the Independence Day Parade Committee the other day, and he understands the situation. But if, you know, if for some reason there's an expectation there's going to be a July 4th parade, then this committee needs to start working on it, because it's not going to happen overnight. So if you know, we're going to have that on a little bit later on our agenda, but there are some committees that certainly want to meet, and I think it merits them to get the ball rolling and allow them to meet as soon as possible. So I'm very supportive of moving this forward.
Okay, thank you. Peter, do you have any comments?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to mimic some of what Corey said. I believe that obviously if whatever committees would meet, they'd have to do it virtually. Hopefully they have the training, and hopefully they have the resources to do that. Some of the ones that I'm associated with, the planning board obviously is a regulatory board. They're already meeting at certain particular times. I'd bring up the airport commission. The airport commission is scheduled to meet on the 26th. Part of their discussion is going to have to be where they're going to be, because we're going to be meeting at the same time they will be meeting on or in the same area, right, as we will at the beginning of June on the same day around the same time. So they may want to discuss something about that. Bikeways Committee is a number of things that are on their radar scope, and basically that's it. I think it's going to be a resource issue, and how that's handled is something I don't know if we have to discuss it, whether we should work through the town manager so that the resources are available to support each of these committees. That's basically it. Thank you.
Okay. It might be something that we do either through working through a representative of the Board of Selectmen with Jill to sort of work on coordination and priorities, or not. But Dean, do you have any thoughts on this?
Well, I mean, I understand what people are saying. What you just said, Madam Chair, I think is the way to go about it. I've heard from only one of my committees, and that's the Council on Aging, which had expressed a desire to meet before town meeting. Given that it's the hope and expectation that the item that they're interested in is going to be deferred, I don't know how pressing that request is at this point, but I think it's really, as Peter just said, it's resource driven, and I think we'll have a better understanding of where we are on June 1st when Jill opens the town offices, and I don't really want to burden the staff right now with more than they need. I think we're going to have to make some decisions tonight on specific items like the Independence Day Parade committee. Ordinarily, I would say, let's listen to what the committee has to say. But, we've got Memorial Day coming up next week, and people are talking about, seasonal rentals and summer rentals. And if we're going to take certain things off the table, we should take them off tonight so that people know what's here in Chatham. And it may help, this is a tough thing to say, but we don't want to be overwhelmed with with too heavy a population here. And if people see that there's no Memorial Day, I'm sorry, no Independence Day parade and no this or no that, that may have some, bearing on their decisions whether to come here or not. And I'm not talking about seasonal residents. I'm talking about visitors.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff, do you have any comments?
Thanks, Madam Chair. No, if advisory boards need to meet with pressing matters, they should do it if they have to virtually. If not, then they have to practice social distancing after the governor says it's okay to meet. I mean,
So I guess my question out to you guys is, what do we consider pressing matters? Because again, this is about resources for the town, but I can see some urgencies around some of the issues. So how do you want to proceed with this? What go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, if I might, I would ask the committees themselves if they have pressing matters to get in touch with, unfortunately, Jill and Shauna, and say, we need to meet. This is what we want to talk about. This is our prospective agenda. These are the pressing matters that we believe need to be addressed. And I think we'll take some of that burden off the table tonight. Should we make decisions this evening?
Okay. Any other thoughts on Jeff's proposal?
No, I think those committees that we're liaisons to, the chairs have reached out to us individually. So like, I mean, I know the Park and Rec, I think they have merit in wanting to meet soon. So I would keep lobbying for them to be able to meet soon. I mean, some of my other committees, they're willing to meet, but I think they can hold off a little bit longer without question.
So here's what I would suggest, and maybe this is how we proceed with this, is we're all liaisons to these committees, and I think it's our responsibility to reach out to them and find out what their priorities are. And then we formulate a list and bring it back for discussion, even if we have to do it next week or very soon. But I think that then we'd know. I don't think the Cultural Council needs to meet. They've probably got their work done, according to Corey. But if there's something pressing that really has to be done, I sort of have that list already, but I think it'd just behoove all of us to just do one email out to the chair to say blah, and then bring it back. That's my suggestion. I don't know if that is something warranted or not. Any comments?
Yeah, Madam Chair, it's Peter. The only question, well, two things. First thing is, I'd let our committees or boards know that it ought to be just important things that they talk about, at least in the first meeting. Second thing is, I did have a request from the Airport Commission for the 26th, and that'll be before we meet on the 27th to have a meeting. Is it pressing? The schedule question is potentially pressing. They have a couple of other things on their list. So I'm just wondering about timing. If you want to get a list together, I'll put that out, once I talk to everyone, but we have to do it in a public manner.
Okay. Yeah, I'm wondering what's pressing that isn't something that it only just pushes their schedule like everybody else's schedule back a little bit. I'm thinking about people that some of the committees have to deal with large crowds and, have some thoughts on things related to some of the decisions we're making around, what we have to deal with.
Yeah, your point's well taken. I'll talk to them. Thank you.
All right.
Madam Chair, I just want to remind everybody that we are still under a local state of an emergency, as well as the governor's state of emergency. So if there's items that are relative to that need action, or if it's a budget issue that's going to expire on June 30th, then I could see that. I think all the others, after we get through June 1st, we'll have a better understanding of our available resources, staffing, preparation of staff reports. There's, as you know, a lot of good work done by the community, but it requires a lot of work by staff.
Okay. So I guess the suggestion would be pool the committees to find out what their priorities are and what's going on, and then we can evaluate that, or maybe we designate a selectman to work with you, Jill, to prioritize that. Just looking for some feedback here.
So, Madam Chair, as I understand the situation, that's fine. I'm happy to follow that course of action. But the town manager's declaration, which is in front of us, that stays in effect. The state of emergency and her declaration implementing this about committees is still in effect, and that I think it should stay in effect.
Okay. All right.
Madam Chair, it's Peter. I would agree.
Okay. Right. Okay, but we can still move forward with trying to organize some things to get better feedback, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Madam
All
Chair,
right.
could I make a comment? Steve Buckley.
We're still discussing amongst the board, and I'll reach out to the public for a moment, in a moment. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So my takeaway is that we pool our groups and find out level of importance, what their needs are. I think it'd be great to do that as an assessment anyway, even though we, some have reached out, but then we'll know in better planning. If that works for everybody, I think that's the best approach. For now, I don't think we need to take any action tonight on this item, unless somebody wants to make a motion on anything. Any comments from my board? Any further comments? None? Okay. So we're taking no, I'll reach out to the remote participants for any feedback. Who would like to speak?
This is Steve Buckley. I'd like to make a comment.
Go ahead, Stephen.
I'm on the Economic Development Committee, and I've already polled them when I thought the town might be using Microsoft Teams. But then when I saw that they were using Zoom for the public forum, I decided to hold back and see if perhaps a decision had been made to use Zoom for, I didn't want to jump the gun. So I held back. As everybody has pretty much known over the past 2 months, if you hadn't heard of Zoom before, they've been around actually since 2012. But of course, now everybody's Zooming and it's become a big thing. And it's similar to Microsoft Teams, but there's different buttons, different places. Muting and unmuting, of course, as you know, is a problem sometimes. But if you know where to push the buttons and what to do, then it's just a learning curve. So the thing is that since everybody has been using this, but except it seems that the advisory committees for the town of Chatham are like the only entity that hasn't figured out how to use Zoom or been allowed to use Zoom-like remote participation. People are working from home. We had a Mother's Day visit with my mother in a nursing home, and the person running it was a nurse. Okay. And a handyman. So what I want to point out is that you don't need to have a lot of resources. Everybody knows you don't need to have a lot of resources to set up one of these sessions. And the signal that you're sending, and Corey might appreciate this because he has reaching out to try to get people to be on committees, is if you tell people that, yeah, you're an advisory board, but we don't really care what you
Okay,
then that's the point. I just warning you that if you put this off too long, you're going to tell people that, it doesn't really matter what they think or what the golf committee thinks or anything else. So just a warning there, just some thoughts, some feedback.
Okay.
You're asking.
I understand that's your opinion here, but as been ordered, this is a state of emergency that we've been under, and this was this is a discussion. I rather think that it's not just about people learning here, Stephen, but it's also about what the town manager has for staff resources right now to be able to support virtual meetings with everything else that has to do with it. So it's not just the learning and it's that, but I don't think anybody needs to, I want to make it perfectly clear that we value all of our committee members and the work they do. And it is very frustrating to not have that work being done right now. And we're trying to make the best to move forward with that. So I think what we've got here is sort of a general direction of what the board needs to do is to reach out to our committees. And I hope when they do, that they take what Stephen has said to heart and say, we value your work and we will, we're looking for feedback, and then we'll bring it back for a discussion on a later date, if that works. Is that good with everybody?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, Corey.
Thank you, sir. No, I respect that. I'm just gonna put the one last plug in. I know the Park and Rec is beyond eager, and there's timing issues. So, anything that can be done to expedite some kind of discussion on their part, because I think it would be very appropriate for them to be in part of this discussion. So I'm going to plug them one more time, but I respect the comments that were made.
So Corey, if we bring this back up for discussion, let's say next week or the week after, is that going to give them enough time, do you think?
They were ready. They've been ready to meet they are ready to meet yesterday.
Okay.
They wanted to meet. They are not allowed to meet.
Right.
So as soon as they have the opportunity to meet, they will meet.
Okay. Noted.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
I'd like to weigh in. I do think Park and Rec needs to meet because we're going to be making some recommendations about beaches and summer camp, and that's all related to the state of emergency. So I think that staff was anticipating that they would meet before, or maybe concurrently with the Board of Selectmen, when we're looking at some of the restrictions and setting up the resources for beaches and parking lots.
Okay, so we can, I guess that's in order to work forward to them being part of either a discussion with us or for them to meet. How does the board feel about that?
Madam Chair, this is Peter. I would agree with that. We're going to be talking about everything the Parks and Recs do and get involved with in the next agenda item. So, I mean, it's just appropriate that they would get involved. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that.
Madam Chair, it's Jeff. Yeah,
Yeah.
I totally agree as well, Madam Chair. I think that Park and Rec ought to be able to meet, and probably virtually, but we need their input and the town needs their input. So thanks.
Do we want to schedule that meeting with us, or do we want them to meet independently with specific agenda items? I like the idea of meeting with us as a way to keep the communications and the streamline of together.
I agree with that,
Madam Chair.
That makes more sense.
Okay.
Just as we're meeting tonight with the Board of Health.
Okay. All right.
It's
Corey,
more efficient.
yeah, I think so too. Corey?
No, I agree.
Okay.
It'd be the efficient way of a joint meeting would be probably the most efficient way to handle it. I totally agree.
All right. Okay. So we have some direction. Everybody agree that we have some direction on this?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. All right. Does the Board of Health need to weigh in on this? I'm only doing this as a matter of courtesy, since this is our world.
I don't believe so.
Okay. Thank you, John. All right. So are you good with all that, Jill and Shauna? You understand what we ended up doing here?
Yes, all set.
Okay. Thank you. All right. The next is the community forum that we held last Monday. We want to do a recap discussion and, talk about the public comments received. And I think one of the things we wanted to dive into was the Independence Day parade status. So we were able to receive sort of a synopsis of comments based on the questions that were answered. And Jill, do you want to kick us off on this, and then and then we'll have the discussion, give an overview of the participants and how many people attended and whatnot?
Yeah, so I think by Wednesday after the forum, we had about 1,000 connections or interactions with people, either electronically or via email. And then at the forum, we had about 392. And so we had contracted with Pierce Coat to help us create a crisis communication plan. And one of the first things that I realized we needed to do is to get community input on what's important to the community. So there's a couple of different documents that you have. You have the compilation that Shauna had provided that had people who were submitting comments to Community Forum or to us. And then with Pierce Cote, they did the compilation just by themes, and that's included in your packet. And then and we'll upload all this information as well. So the next steps from here is hopefully the board receives some good information, both Board of Health and Board of Selectmen, for making some determinations under the state of emergency. And then they'll also help us communicate the various directives that the board, both boards, give us so that we can just maintain that community connection and community engagement. So a lot of information to go through here, but I think you'll see themes. We had, just so everybody knows, for the Zoom call, which was a new platform, we usually use Teams because we have all of our document sharing through Teams as well. So when the calls had come in or the questions, we just read them, or Craig read them as they were queued. There wasn't any culling of it. So those who wanted to comment were able to comment. And we thought it was important to have this community gallery so everyone could see each other. So some interesting insights into people's houses. So that was kind of fun. And I think that's it. Just hopefully that it provided good information for the sentiment of the community. And we had it open for a couple more days for people to submit. And that's now closed and everything's retained as a public record. So Shauna did that compilation. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer that.
Yes, I just want to show the public what we got for materials from Shauna putting together emails. There's quite extensive from all sectors and different people of the community. It was an interesting Sunday afternoon read, certainly. I think that the forum itself was, it was something that other communities haven't done, but we've done it obviously with the 365. The virtual piece was, I thought went very well. And the feedback from the community was that a lot of people viewed it on the YouTube channel and then submitted comments. There's a lot of real-time emails coming in. If you looked at the timestamps on the emails, that was interesting. A lot of feedback on our community events, about large gatherings, on safety guidelines. We had the questions posed, and I think we got a good sense of what the town is feeling. And I think everybody is deeply concerned about the concept of weighing the economic viability of the community and the safety aspect of it. I think there's a lot that came out that a lot of people are taking that personal responsibility, whether it is for themselves or for their business, and are really understanding the scope and depth of what we are dealing with as a community, and how this, I think, forum is helping us to work together and make better decisions as a group. And I just, I learned a lot. And again, yeah, we got to see people we haven't seen in a while. It was really great, even though it was virtual. That was a good thing. But I just wanted to put it out to my board for some comments and some feedback, and see where we go with this. Then turn it over to the Board of Health for similar feedback and comments, and then the board, and then some public comments when we start to take some action. And so I'm going to turn to Selectman Kokolas first for comments.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Okay, I do have some comments. I'll give you my thoughts on a synopsis, which is a little long, but not too long. I will say up front, I think we ought to address the 4th of July parade. I think we ought to address the band. I had on my list beaches, but given what the governor has said, maybe that should be delayed till next time around. But I thought the forum went well. We heard a number of people talk about, well, it was only, there were more visitors and summer residents than there were locals. If you read all those emails, there are a lot of locals on there. I think it was a good mix, and it's not bad to listen to our summer residents and get an opinion from them also, plus our businesses, which I thought were good. And we had one employee, and I think she made a very good comment. Think of us too. So in general, I'm going to state the obvious in a way. The COVID-19, it's not going to go away, not soon, and especially not in the next few months. And I feel that what the governor is doing is good. He's using metrics. He's using science and metrics to have a phased approach. He doesn't want to risk, and I believe we should be doing the same thing, rushing back to a perceived state of normal in the short term, only to put people's lives and safety at risk. And again, that's a balance. I'm concerned about the real economic recovery. I hate for us to do a start and then have to go back and then start again. So I think we're on the right road, and that's the sense I received from the general comments that were made. I'll make a comment. This is about Chatham, and Chatham is different, but it is part of the region, and it's part of the state. And there were comments made by some folks and emails that we received that talk about, well, Chatham isn't like a Boston, or it isn't like Chelsea, or it isn't like somewhere else. And that there's a lot of truth in that. However, we are now a location that has a very low amount of COVID virus, people that have that virus. We also have a low death rate, but we are, and I've heard this used before, and I hope it's the right number, driving distance of 50 million people. And that includes New York, Connecticut, New Jersey. And if you heard over this weekend and you watched the news, not just regular TV news, but if you delve into certain local news, Connecticut had to close their beaches and parks because they were overloaded. New Jersey, their beaches became overloaded. New York hasn't opened up their beaches. Those are the people that are going to be coming up here. And during a normal summer, we're 4 times the size that we are before. So even if you say we're only twice the size of number of people that are here, Main Street is not going to be able to be socially distant. So I think that we did the right thing on mass. But yet, and I hate, our businesses are struggling, and the business owners, we have a number that we heard from that are going to have real problems and they may not come back. So they need to open, and I've heard this word said that they need to open responsibly. They said they can do that, and I agree with that. That's one word. How do you do that? Well, we have guidelines now from the state that give us, I think, a pretty decent one. But we talked about the crowds and business plans. They're going to have to come up in the next week with a plan that they're going to test to and say, this is how we're going to do that. We can't do that for every business. Point was made by one individual that
this is long, but not too long.
I'm afraid somebody's needs to
thanks for
mute
the
their phone.
comment. I'll be done in a minute.
Please mute your phone.
I've had to listen to a lot of people tonight, but in any case, I appreciate the comment. My point is, the businesses are going to have to control what they're doing. We can't decide what they're going to do. I'll get what the final comment had to do with don't put too much more don't put any impact beyond what the state wants to do. And that's a good comment. However, I believe putting masks on is an important part. So having said all of that, I think we ought to do beaches, not beaches, we ought to do the 4th of July parade, and we need to talk about the band concerts. And I think we need to control safety to enable economic recovery. I'm done. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Peter. I do want to say, if we're going to have a joint meeting with the Park and Rec, that beaches will be discussed very soon. But I also want to let everybody know that we are planning another Board of Selectmen meeting next week. It won't be on Monday because that's Memorial Day, but it will be I think we're tentatively set for the 27th. And at that time, we have an agenda item request from the Chamber of Commerce to talk about Main Street and its flow. And so they're putting a proposal together to discuss that piece. So that's another piece we could sort of set aside for now to discuss tomorrow next week. So I just wanted to keep that in mind because I forgot to mention that before. So Selectman Nicastro, do you have comments?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try and keep them short as well. First of all, I want to commend Shauna for compiling all that information. I read all, I think there were 265 pages of emails, and there were 5 pages of the chat comments, and they were very, very compelling. But I think the most compelling thing to me was with 2 on either end of the spectrum. One was a woman, I can't remember her name, who spoke. That she and her husband had been confined to their house for a couple of months, and they're afraid to go out. It was very, very emotional to me. And then on the other side, the owner of Mahi Gold, who spoke about the economic plight he's facing. So I think, as I said last week, we've got 2 competing goals, but I don't think they're mutually exclusive. One is some sort of rational reopening, and now we have some direction from the state, and we're going to be dictated to by the state, and we need to follow those dictates and not overbear them with local requirements, but we should nuance things to Chatham. And then we have public safety, public health, which of course is a paramount consideration. So we have to balance these things, and the solutions are not going to be easy. But I do want to say that in terms of specifics, I hope, as Peter said, we talk about the parade tonight and make a decision on it. I personally favor canceling it. Band concerts tonight and make a decision on it. I personally favor canceling them. We had a recommendation from the director of the band that that she believes we should not do it. I appreciate what you're saying about the Main Street plan, because I was going to mention that, and I'm glad that's going to be on the agenda. We're going to need to talk about that. And then we've had this whole business of seasonal rentals and so forth, and I don't know what even our authority is to do anything in that regard, because the right to rent is a property right, and property rights are constitutionally protected. So we have to be very careful what we do on those. But those are my general comments, and I hope we can. The hour is drawing late, so I hope we can make some decisions. Thank you.
I do. I know it is 9:30, and we are having a tendency to go a little long with this. So, but I do want to get comments in from us and the Board of Health, and some action items move forward tonight. So, Corey, comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I very much appreciate all the emails that were sent in and compilated by Shauna. I actually think there might be some that we actually missed that may have come in outside of the window, that weren't added. So there's probably more comments out there, similar tones, similar themes, and I very much appreciate all the citizens that have put forth their comments and suggestions. So, as many as I mean, I'm a downtown merchant. I've spoken to other downtown merchants. We're all trying to figure out what to do. We want to do the right thing for our families. We want to do the right thing for the community. There's a tremendous amount of unknowns. I mean, we're getting these updates from the governor and trying just to wrap our heads around how to proceed forward with this summer. The parade. I wish the Independence Day Parade Committee would have an opportunity to meet, but the reality is we really should act on this soon, tonight. I would be comfortable acting on this tonight. And I will speak, my own opinion is, normally you got a July 4th falling on a Saturday. With the right type of weather, it's like Christmas time. It's the best thing. But with current scenarios out there, I couldn't fathom trying to comfortably and responsibly have my shop open on a July 4th with the expectations of the crowds that would be on July 4th parade. So I think the responsible thing to do at this time is not to have the parade. It's a tradition. It kills me to have to say that, but I think under current circumstances, I don't see the parade happening in July. Maybe we could do it in December, have it a parade in December, but July 4th parade, Independence Day parade, is not a reality in my perspective.
Okay, thanks, Corey. We're going to go to Jeff, and then probably we'll have a motion made here. But I also want to get the Board of Health's perspective on the community forum as well. Jeff.
Yeah, forum was excellent. It's a little different twist by the town of Chatham, and I would go back to the 365 effort and that effort to reach out and ask for input before we make decisions. I found it fascinating. I thought the technology was excellent, that the town did a great job. Ryan, Jill, Shauna, putting the compilation together, phenomenal job. Yourself, Madam Chair, great job.
Craig Rowe. There's a lot
Craig Rowe, sorry, Craig Rowe. Phenomenal. And a lot of we're going to talk about downtown forthcoming. That's great. Beach is forthcoming, but I echo my fellow select persons thus far on the 4th of July parade. I just don't know how we pull that off and have social distancing and make it safe for residents, visitors, and participants. I just don't see these large gatherings being a smart move right now. And that goes for the bands as well. I hate to say both. I take them both off the table, but I think about the safety of the Chatham band members themselves. Their average age is older, and we have to think about their safety as well. So I don't really know how we pull it off and do that and do thusly keeping everybody safe. So those are my thoughts. No to the 4th of July parade. Unfortunately, I would recommend canceling it, as I would the band concerts. It's just we're inviting congregations of folks that just invites COVID potentially. So I just think, and then I'm very excited about some of the notions, the creative suggestions made about downtown. I look forward to having that discussion, and I look forward to having discussions about the beaches. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm talking, Jill, I imagine some of the resources that we'd have to monitor and deal with large crowds, such as a 4th of July parade, would probably be a bit overwhelming for your staff as a bottom line. I guess that would be a big issue as well, correct?
Correct. We've met as staff and the department heads and the police chief. We don't know how we could pull this off to remain, I guess, in consideration of the public health emergency and for people to be staff. I don't know if we'd ever have enough employees to help, or even volunteers to help keep people socially distanced the way that the governor's requiring us to do it under this public health emergency.
Okay, thank you for that. To move this along, and I'm not dismissing getting over to the Board of Health, but if anybody wants to make the motion and second it to move those two items forward, then I'll move over to the Board of Health for some comments and reactions from them.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I move that we cancel the Independence Day parade and the band concerts for the summer of 2020.
Do I have a second on that?
I'll second that.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right. I imagine there's no further comments because we've all sort of weighed in on this already. So I'm just going to turn it over to Chairman Beckley for your to see if your board wants to comment on the public forum and or the motions that were just made on the parade and town meeting. I mean town band. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In light of the time issue, I'm going to withhold my comments on the community forum, other than to say I was impressed. my favorite comment in anything, I think one sentence that captures our challenge is to promote Chatham as a safe and healthy place to visit. To promote and protect, I think captures the essence of our challenge.
Good.
Are any board members on the Board of Health members who would like to speak right now on the community forum? Please self-identify.
Yeah, John, this is Noble. In terms of the forum, it was great information, and it really helped, I think, us make decisions. Do you want comment on specific recommendations, canceling things at this time?
I don't know if we're quite there yet, so I'd hold off on that
Okay.
for right now.
I'll talk about the specifics of what we can and can't do this summer when I come back.
Okay. Any other Board of Health members want to comment on the community forum in general? If not, I'll give it back to Shireen. And Shireen, tell me when you'd like the Board of Health members to share their views on the parade and the band concerts.
Okay, probably right now is fine too, but I did want to check back with my board because the Chatham Band isn't specifically on the agenda, whether they're still comfortable moving forward with their recommendation. We don't have it specifically there, so I just wanted a little feedback. The report's in the agenda packet and it does cover it, so I think we're okay. I just wanted to make sure that you are all comfortable with that, that motion that we've made, just to double check.
Madam Chair.
Yep.
It's Dean. I'm comfortable with it because the overall topic of the community forum and the comments, I think, opens us up to make whatever motions we think are appropriate to follow up on those comments. So I'm okay with it, and I stand by the motion I made.
Great. Thank you. Anybody else on my board that needs to comment on that, or they're okay with what Dean is consensus and mine is on this?
I'm good.
Okay, great. All right. So I'm sorry. So let's go back to the chairman of the Board of Health, and he can have his committee make comments on the canceling the parade and the town band concerts.
Shireen, are you including the fireworks?
We don't have that on our recommendation right now, John.
Okay.
Our motion is just on the band concerts and the town and the parade for right now.
Okay, I would like to request the Board of Health members, one by one, to identify where they fall on this question of canceling the Independence Day parade and the band concerts. I know as a public health person, my answer would be clearly they should both be canceled. But I'd like to hear from the other Board of Health members what they think. Dr. Hansen?
Yes, I think because of the large gathering of people that they entail, that we should cancel the 4th of July parade. I will say I'm a member of the parade committee. I can't speak for them, but just for myself. And I think that we do need to make that decision tonight because they're doing ongoing work and they deserve to know that the parade is going to be canceled. I also agree with canceling the band performances at the Kate Gould Park. Sally Duvall, who's the president of the band, has pretty much said she does not think they should perform there. Now, I don't know if you want comments on anything else, but I would say in terms of the fireworks, I'm very concerned about the numbers of people that will be attracted to the fireworks. I think other towns have canceled fireworks. That's going to make Chatham a magnet for people coming looking for fireworks, and it'll compound our problem. Now, we may not be able to discuss it tonight or make a motion on it, but I think that is something that we do need to deal with.
Madam Chair?
Dean, go ahead, because I think, I think I know what you're going to say. Go ahead.
I will amend my motion to include the cancellation of the fireworks. that was also a topic discussed. I interject now because the chair of the Board of Health is soliciting comments from his members. So I thought I'd throw that in. I don't know if someone wants to second that amendment.
Yeah, this is Peter. I'll modify the second.
Okay, and I just wanted to weigh in, Jill, if the parade is canceled, does that automatically cancel the fireworks anyway?
Yes, we had correspondence from Steve West, who was coordinating the fireworks, and he said if the parade was canceled, the fireworks would be postponed or canceled as well.
Okay, all right, then we would make it official by this vote that we have now. Okay, any other members of the, John, do you want to go back and pull the rest of your members of the
Yes.
Board of Health?
Dr. Alan Ward, do you have a perspective on the cancellation of the parade?
I totally agree with Noble's
Okay.
opinion.
Thank you. Ron Broman. You still there, Ron? Well, I'm not hearing from Ron, but Shireen, I think you're getting the essence of the sentiments of the Board of Health.
Well, I appreciate that, John. And it's not an easy decision to make, obviously. It's a heartfelt tradition for the town. And, we're trying to do our best to be as safe as possible. I'm going to ask that I'll turn to the remote participants for some comments. I'm going to ask if you please keep them brief to the discussion of the parade and the town band. And could I pull you now to see who would like to speak? Okay.
Madam,
Yes, go ahead. Who is it?
Mark Paulino, the police chief.
Hi, Mark. Go right ahead.
Hi. Yeah, just I'm also the liaison to the Independence Day Parade Committee, and I'm not speaking for them, but I just want to also let folks know that there's kind of an assumption that whether we have the parade or not, that all the parade participants, such as the various bands, marching units, etc., will all show up and want to be part of the parade and want to be at a parade with thousands of people crowded in together. So I just know from just some information I've heard out there that a lot of the participants would not even show up and would not even want to be part of a large crowd, in terms of potentially being exposed to anything. So it's just some food for thought that even if it was decided to have a parade, it would probably be a lot less participants than normal. That's all.
Okay, thank you for that perspective, Chief. Appreciate it. All right, so no further discussion. I'll pool my group. The motion was to cancel this year's 4th of July parade, consequently the fireworks, and to cancel the Chatham Town Band concerts. So I'll take a vote now. Selectman Kokolas.
Aye.
Selectman Nacastro.
Aye.
Selectman Metters.
Aye.
Selectman Dykens.
Aye.
And the chair says aye. So the motion is moved 5-0.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Yes. I'm recognizing Dean first. Go ahead, Dean.
Maybe Peter's going to say the same thing. Can we send a nice letter to the parade committee and to the band leadership, indicating what we voted, but also thanking them for their service, because I know they have both organizations have been working toward conducting these events, and I would want them to know that the Board of Selectmen really appreciates the efforts they've made.
That's a great suggestion, and consider, yes, that we can do that. Peter.
Yeah, Madam Chair, that was the second thing I was going to say. The first thing is I did have a conversation with an individual who thought we might want to consider, and maybe Corey can give this to the committee, rather than have a parade. They've done things at different places where the fire department and the fire engines go around, and like in an Easter parade and a Big Bunny is up there and the kids are around, they go to neighborhoods. We could have maybe an Uncle Sam. I don't even know if that's you know, how, whether or not it would work in Chatham, but it's a thought that I said I'd bring to the board or bring to the group.
Thank you. Another suggestion has been that the community itself decorate their homes to commemorate the 4th of July and to celebrate the day. But also, I think it would be a nice gesture of unity for ourselves as a community. So hopefully people will do that. Maybe the chamber would be helpful in organizing that, or other nonprofit organizations might do that. But I think it would be a good gesture. Okay, so that motion. Any other comments? Go ahead.
Yes, Chair.
Go ahead,
No,
Corey.
definitely want to thank the parade committee. I'm the liaison to them for their planning preparation for this year's parade. But we want to encourage all of them to stay on the parade committee. They're planning for the 2021 parade in whatever form it may end up being in. So yes, want to be very clear for that their efforts are greatly appreciated, but their task is not done.
Okay, I thank you for that, Corey. You are always thoughtful. Yes, go ahead, Dean.
Yeah, if I recall, the theme of the parade was going to be focused on the 100th anniversary of women getting the right to vote. Is that correct?
It is. I thought it was, right, Corey?
Yes, that is correct.
Yes.
So perhaps I don't want to impose more work on our IT people or Shauna, but maybe they can come up with some kind of a video that we could put out about that, because I think that's an important milestone. The last thing I wanted to say, because I suspect the next motion is going to be a motion to adjourn, if you will indulge me for one moment here, I really want to commend our Board of Health and our health department staff, because it's a very impressive body. This is the second or third time we've met with them. And we're very, very lucky to have people of this caliber and experience advising us, especially at this critical time.
This has been canceled.
Thank you, Dean. That was a wonderful sentiment that I think we can all agree. I appreciate that. I want to make sure that we're clear on any other, and I'm going to bring it over to the Board of Health too, that we're clear that we're not making any other recommendations tonight from the community forum discussion. And so I wanted to just turn it over to John to pool his board to see if there was any other recommendations they were thinking of making that we should discuss either tonight or another night for another agenda item.
Our board has not really had a chance to discuss as a group the reports.
Okay.
So I don't think I can bring any distillation back to the Board of Selectmen right now in any case. So I would like to defer that.
Okay, and I think that if you do have a meeting that you want to send a correspondence to our committee or meet again, we'd be happy to. So if you'd like to pull your group to, I need a motion from my board to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. A second?
Second.
I'm going to pull my group, and then you can pull your group, and then we can say goodnight. Okay. Peter?
Aye.
Dean?
Aye.
Corey?
Aye.
Jeff?
Aye, and many thanks to the Board of Health.
And the chair says aye and says thank you very much for your work. So John, would you like to pull your group?
Thank you very much for those kind comments. I'm sure all of our board members will be very happy to hear. We're very happy to hear them. Can I get a motion from a Board of Health member to adjourn our meeting tonight?
Move we adjourn the meeting, Alan.
Alan, do I have a second?
Noble, a second.
Okay. I'd like to call the roll of in favor of adjourning. I vote yes. Dr. Hanson?
Yes.
Dr. Ward?
Yes.
Ed Sheehan? Ron Broman. So we have a quorum. We have 3 votes to adjourn. So thank you, gentlemen, for your time tonight. Back to you, Shireen.
Okay, thank you, John. Thank you, the Board of Health, in this discussion tonight. I just want to say goodnight to Chatham, stay safe, and we're working through this together. It is now 9:47, so have a good rest of your evening.
Good night, everybody.